don't know each other, but I'm John Bender. You know my father. Probably. John Bender from Somerset. Yeah. Son of. Oh, father of. Well, I went to school with your daughter. Henry off. Yeah, yeah.
morning, you're right. Share this to the back. Put mine there as well.
I got paper, and because it's fat paper,
No, I don't know. I'll leave that there, see what I want to see. Have time to tell on the morning when you come in here. You pick it when you're staying in the centre. No distance.
Looks like between 12 and 1, and then with Addington,
Yeah.
might be lucky to get.
I get through to lunch. I'm looking on the as I was walking back last night. You know, as you come our way when the gate is and you walk up to the centre. There's pay and display only applies Monday to Saturday. think leads towards seasons. I'm in the right, isn't it? Yeah. I think so. So obviously single yellows as well. I presume you parked on a single yellow last night, did you? When you went to the main
No, we
room?
parked in a car park, but the restaurant, we went to that chow where restaurant recommended it on the website in Duke Street, which is well, it's a 2-minute walk away.
Yeah.
So we parked in there. We'd probably park there tomorrow, but with no bus on Monday either, and Monday's back to normal traffic conditions.
No, no.
They don't go on Sundays and bank holidays.
I mean, that's where we used to park. That residential one. I mean, I don't know what that would be like if people are not at work.
Well, we went past last night on his way home, and it looked, well, 3/4 empty. But whether it's going to be like that on a Monday morning when people are back at work, well, Monday not.
That's what I mean, yeah.
It might be worth looking.
That's probably the worst, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you can get a pay car park probably for a fiver or so.
Getting here for a 10. Sweden says it's 10.80 for a pay car park in town, and it's a tenner here, so you could get in here for a bit.
I thought we're, no, I mean, I thought we're Graham and Worcester and Sheffield and Martin stayed. I thought it was a fiver or something. Their car park. Anyway, I mean, I think you'd be alright Sunday. You can park on a single yellow line. You, there or there. No, you're alright, just left it on, didn't know where anyone wanted to sit. No, I just said I didn't know where anyone wanted to sit. It's not that busy, is it, up here, compared to the queue? Not yet. To see your brother in Plymouth.
Oh.
She's on the 9:15. She managed to get a
driving.
No, she's not that keen on driving like she didn't know these days. I mean, I remember her driving here 20 years ago. She's a bit, she doesn't do a lot of mileage at home now. Like 600 miles a year. So I don't, well, she could do it if she actually. I mean, the train's about 20 quid a return, and Jack to Paul, someone ordered from, you can just ask on your phone where you can bid for a first class upgrade. If you got it for your day, was it £9 plus £3? She won the bid. She won the auction. It was like 5 something in the morning. She did it yesterday. So just sat in first class with a free coffee and cheese and sandwich. I say free, that comes as part of it. I mean, they were charging, this was like 80 quid for a first class return. You want the front?
Thank you.
What? You didn't know whether you wanted third row or
No.
I think this front row, well, it was best to come as low down as you can and you don't get wet, because you're high enough up as it is, aren't you? You're well above the umpire's head, but I think later on I might be going to the back, like we did last year. Did you all go tomorrow somewhere, are you?
I'm going tomorrow
to see your brother?
see my brother, yeah.
Oh, where's that your brother?
Well, he lives in Brixton, so we're meeting at Tilton.
near Exeter.
Oh, right. Well,
What a coincidence.
she got the train, the 9:15 train to Plymouth this morning. It's about an hour and a half.
finished, but being served in a different way. But it went on. So it was when they added the pair to it.
I wonder what went wrong there.
Well, the way they do it, I think. I mean, they all do have their own different presentations, and he puts it in the sauce, but you don't really
Well,
taste it.
if he was only putting little bits in, then you wouldn't necessarily taste it.
Well, you taste the bits of pear, but when he pureed it into the sauce, no, you didn't taste it at all. So it was better when he'd added the other bit to it, and he didn't freshen it with the oil in. So it was all right.
It's hard to turn the silver out of the soup, though, isn't it? Oh, well.
I just cannot eat it clean. It chokes me.
Very light. The rice was.
Cake texture. Just can't handle it.
No, nice cake texture the way that was. Yeah, we went to Augustus, which is the one in Courtyard. We went to that last year. It's fire. We got Paul, Graham and Martin booked it. Very good.
What is it? Is it basically Italian?
No, I would say it's more sort of English type. I mean, they do like what was on the main. I had duck. It was the way he explained it was the whole duck cooked, all the bones taken out, and then all put back together again in like a round ball. And you got the taste of all the parts of the duck, I suppose. So tender, with a carrot and sweet mash and a potato and juice. I did shoulder of lamb, I did a steak. You could have had off the fixed price one with monkfish tail, didn't want that, watercress and whatever soup. The scallops started. So a bit of fish, a bit of meat. Not a massive extensive menu, so the 2 for 30, not cheap, 2 for 34, 3 for whatever, was like choice of 2. But on the main menu there was a choice of half a dozen stars. I noticed they put Michelin on 2026, so I suspect that's not the star, that's just on there recommended. So the service is very good. We've got loads of wines. Got a bottle of 3 litre on wine, 200. I got a bottle of this French Chardonnay, which is lovely. So I said, oh, that's a bottle. And he's looking away now. And then he was watching. I said, I can't find it. Anyway, then he said, oh, can I few this though? And like a pound now, I'd say price of it. We'll have a taste. I said, oh, I've got this other one. Unfortunately, that wasn't at the same price. That tasted very nice, back on delicious. Something a little. But no, so it was good quality, nice service, not a big place. Clearly do very well. We have to bang on the half 8 when we booked it because there's another table full, we didn't have another spare table. I think when Paul rang up a couple of weeks ago, they had 8:30 or 7:15.
Well, when we rang up yesterday, Steve and I, he said he asked for 8:30, and they said, well, we can, but you might be waiting a few minutes until the table clears. So we said, all right, because we knew we'd be pushed for time. And we got there absolutely bang on 8:30, straight into the table. They were already empty, so they got rid of the early.
Yeah, well, there seems to be lots of tables, like on the side and near the window, tables for like 4, tables for 2.
Where we sat in the sun.
Yeah, we couldn't get the window, they were all taken when we went, and we went in for 7 o'clock. We got a table for 2, we just did a bit. To be fair to her, after about 5 minutes before we'd finished our order, or whatever, I said, oh, if you want to move to that one, you can, it's a big dark corner, almost like you could come in next to the one next to the window, so we didn't want that. But it was fine. The lady was very good, but obviously the issue you had is an issue, isn't it? It's more of a chef issue, really, rather than how did he respond to the bad news?
He left it to me to send to the waitress and explain what was wrong. But then once she started sort of saying, no, it's as if he chipped in then, and he said, well, it's not our
Whereas that's merely because Janet's travelling. I mean, it's okay. I mean, I don't think it's a fairly standard menu really. They're not very adventurous these days. I ate one night last night and started a beautiful soup, fantastic, and made it very average. And then pork belly.
Is it cheap in that chapel? As
That's
you
what I
said,
said.
I mean, I paid $29.50 for 2 courses in the one, so in that.
Well, it was 68 for pizza, big pizza. I had a minestrone soup and a chicken, one of the chickens. Very delicious. And then I had tiramisu and a bottle of wine. It was 68 quid. Thinking, well, if I was getting this at a place, doing this at home, it'd be like you add another 25 quid on.
We've got the olives and bread.
And mashed potatoes as well, because normally
It's already up to it.
yeah, well, I think to put them on, they look more like in a Yorkshire pudding. You can't eat that, can you? But I don't think you can eat that.
No.
Probably been there a year.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, because I was thinking, oh, well, let me put on the bill, because sometimes they have it on, don't they? They normally just stare on it, did they bother with the start?
Yes.
They did, even though they got the free olive.
That's them, and then they started in the main course.
Yes, eating out has got to be expensive over the last, since COVID, really.
Yes.
It's gone, and all the national insurance rises.
Prices went up, and of course they've not come down. Netflix is like this.
Yeah.
No,
Alright then.
place
Yeah. I'll see you in a while when I'm on the one show.
Anything as one-sided today as it was yesterday?
Well, I think there's we'll probably do well to get more than 2 hours today with the forecast, but
It says mid-afternoon sometimes.
well, I've seen sort of from the percentages start going up about 12, don't they? 1, and then they're quite high later on, 3-ish, 2-ish. Well,
Let's have a look at the rain.
I would have thought Somerset will just, I mean, I was supporting
Only going to
Yorkshire.
bat once this game. It says here it's 3 o'clock.
Oh, that's not so bad.
35% of the rain, 3 o'clock.
I mean, Somerset want to try and get you want to get the 300, 350.
Yes. Well, I mean,
And if you bowl down, all well and good, really, because then you don't want the pitch to flatten out too much,
and
which
if
you
the,
might
if the
do.
weather wasn't going to intervene, they'll wrap it up by lunchtime tomorrow.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I mean, this Yorkshire side is just so close.
Yeah, I mean, the bowling is just.
Well, we've got no bowlers, really.
I mean, you've got White and you've got Hill, and the two overseas. Well, Van Beek's away from Hill.
He is useless.
He's
Richardson
useless.
can't bowl it anywhere near the target.
No, he keeps going down like he did that last game,
Yeah.
and then Bess is barely county standard in my opinion.
No, I agree. Because he was in the club cricket. I mean, 2 years ago he could not bowl at all.
No.
And I'm back. But it's the whole attitude. I mean, you tell him in best doing that. So Swanson.
Yes, I mean
And he does this sort of silly little fiddle. Oh, I've been bowled off inside edge. I mean, how many times you get bowled inside edge?
he has this shot where he could just turn his wrist and get the single. He obviously gets caught out and can that much further with more bounce. In our first country, usually works like one of the and obviously some of his straight driving is fantastic.
Very nice. But it's
You want one of the, really yesterday you need to go on to, if not 100, get a 70. And then you want Bairstow, he's going to play like that, he needs to get a, ideally you want to know if he gets a 300 you have to go. Bairstow is at that stage, he's an icon.
Yes.
He's not a lot of
He doesn't move his feet. He just stand there. I mean, he might as well put his feet in concrete. No move.
Which, I mean, if you've got the eye, and you can, when he got into the England side in 2014, he had that season where he had half a season, 1,119.
Yes.
I mean, that's where he was an absolute.
Oh yeah. Well, I remember when he got the one at Scarborough. Battered.
got that. I don't think that is very good.
No,
I mean, I guess with England, because you're in the England side of the business, you're getting coached all the time, you're doing it all the time. I think it's still got to the level of, I would say, acceptable character standard.
yes, yes,
So it's just a game.
yes.
Whereas now it's probably still, it's probably better than half the counties because they aren't very good at it.
No, no, no.
I mean, did you see, I mean, last week,
Yeah, yes, I was there on Friday and
I mean,
Sunday.
Simpsons were terrible. And I thought, no, this is absolutely not a good team, but he was awful.
Yes.
I mean, Bean didn't do too bad when he kept for the part-time. Harry Bean.
No, it's a shame because I thought he had something around for batting.
Well, he got 100 in the second, which is, I think that just tells you the goal scoring. He's clearly better than that level, and
Yeah.
than this level.
And we supposedly have to ready something very good, so he goes for 7 overs.
Well, I
Somebody just
agree.
needs to just, because we've got no pictures, until they can just give them the guy, I don't think we're going to move forward.
Well, I mean, I mean, I've been watching from the 70s, so I remember Chris Oldham happened to all the time.
Yes.
Tremendous that Chris Oldham couldn't get to work. Then Phil Anthony McGrath came along, he was
Yes.
I remember when they announced him the Yorkshire captain, I nearly crashed my car at the time. What? And then they brought him back as captain. I thought, he stopped at the first time.
Because he was lazy. If he fielding, I'm not paid to spend an hour and field all that.
The only time Anthony McGrath did any singing was not he was very good at the time.
Yes.
Because he was running round the boundary line.
Yes.
He was small.
Yes. Yes.
He never learned how to play that ball that came in, did he? He was always out in the
Yes.
I don't know about John Stanley. Hoping the best I mean, you can be down there. I mean, you don't have to look at Carver and say, well, that's very good.
Well, I mean, there's a problem here. I mean, we don't know. But it's, I mean, the pathways normally just, and I read the nonsense that was spouted by Gray with his 10-year plan.
Oh, I went to it on...
I mean, that was the noisy bit. It's just empty words.
well, it was... yeah, I broadly agree with you, but I mean, there was only 200 there, which is surprising.
Yes.
I went along. It was done professionally. So what Ollie Bell, who did the pre-season lunchtime, he worked for ITV Racing. He was like number 2.
Right.
Mid-range racing. He's very personable.
Yes.
So I don't know how much that cost.
No, no.
I mean, he did a little 1-minute intro.
Yes.
He then handed over to the chief executive, talking through the video,
Yes.
slides, the old PowerPoint.
Oh, yes, yes.
I don't think the picture kept going down. I think he didn't have those problems. Then you had Gray. Oh, and in between, Ollie Bell did an interview with Ben Eston,
Right.
who was there ready to say, oh yeah, how the facilities now very good.
Yes.
And I mean, all it is a strategy document, which I've seen when I was in government on Phil Hall.
Oh, yes, yes.
Document.
You get a consult. Standard format.
To do it yourself and you get some consultants to do it. They'll do it with all these words, a few detail underneath. But what's the secret of what isn't there is the how, which is the detailed plan.
Well, it made me laugh when he said, around we always want to invest and we don't. Doing what? He built that sort of restaurant thing which is closed. The whole stand was consideration of Gray's hates first-class cricket. And I said to his sidekick manager, so what's the plan now? What are you going to do? What plan? I don't know the answer. And it was Gray's tune.
Well, I asked at the forum, were you at the forum at Headingley?
No, I couldn't do that.
No, well, I went down and I said, well, my point was, well, this is before the strategy. what they built a football stand, or the England football stand. We can't use, you can't pick up the top deck. We've not really wicked set, we don't need to do it. And remember, unless you pay a lot of money, you can't sit up there. So what we basically say is if you want to redevelop the ground, but actually the standards that we develop are only ever available for 50 days a year. So what the sort of benefit from that is all it is really all it is to generate an income. And I mean, there's no real answer to that. I mean, what they went through is really what was sent out. We had an architect who clearly was paid from early feasibility. Probably give it or 5 grand. Come up with some ideas. And they've come up with what they want. Nobody wants anyone with a brain to do it. You have to play extra and then they're talking about potentially building another level on top of the sky. Well, and all of that will be, I know, and that will make sure you've got a floor for the
You've got to remember the US part of the Europe has a little place.
well, what heading is? The recent heading has got all about yeah, I mean, really what it seems to be saying was, well, we've got this 50 odd million for that original spend. We paid off the debt. We spent other money, I'm not too sure what we spent on. And then that means 15 million has been put in an account. I don't know what the difference is. 24 million is debt. Plus 15 is 39, but I thought we were getting 57. What's that mean?
Well, so I can go to the one last. So he was caught off.
Oh, yeah.
They saying that there will be more technical.
Well, I think he was responding to me. Early doors, I put my hand up and said I wanted to ask about the capital. And then he went on to the next defence about it, and I put my hand up again because I was worried he wasn't going to get recorded in the And so it was almost like all reluctant. But I spotted already, I pointed out that this is like a foolish standard. Yes, objectively, the capital is recorded. It meant that the people were being controlled without getting time to of course, at the end of all of it, he said something like,
But it was also questioned how much time was, and he said, oh, it goes on for 6 weeks. So I said, no, it doesn't. I'm wrong, so, but it will be going on for 6 weeks in due course. You know, and you just thought...
well, it seemed to be a voice off it, because he was there on this one. Right. He said, my concern, he said, I will be here for long, but my concern is, in the past, the amendments have always been there, so before whether originally students.
Yes, there's
a fallback.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, we talked about when he was sacking his support. Couldn't think of the cabinet, well, maybe you can go back even further. Instead he looked at the, eventually you would be there. You will be there. But an arm on got lost, but going forward, when it will be, what's the cabinet?
Well, there won't, because it'll go to
behaviour actually.
some level. I remember saying, it's really now, I'll say to those, members of parliament, but then, you've got problems that where the trick is to sow.
Well, they did say that, but to be fair, well, it's easy to say these sorts of things. I mean, what they are, we generate 3% of our income. The likes of Lancashire, I have no problem with all of that.
I agree.
But then those clubs are doing that by being used to it.
Yes.
And then somebody said, well, what happens if you don't know if you sell the 49%? What happens if you sell the 49% and then the company, the people who bought it suddenly just buy a few shares? Well, they haven't done any of that.
Well, I mean, if you're only looking at simple as contract, and you think, right, we now buy the ground, this is our training ground. So, our global IPL ground. We don't want you paying your stamp duty. Scarborough ground, I mean, is in a terrible mess. Because there's been no investment in it. It's lovely playing in York, but it's really county ground.
No, it's really good. It's got rugby as well. You only sort of 30 pounds a year to play.
Good morning everyone and welcome to Somerset County Ground, day 2 of this County Championship first match between Somerset and Yorkshire. Play will commence at 11 a.m. Fingers crossed, around 6 seconds to hold the day. And while we're waiting for the to start, the members look for the redemption point is currently open as it will be rugby tonight, situated behind Beyond Darcy stand. Hundreds of tickets for sale, places stipulated, and very reasonable prices. And also, if you wish to be a member of the committee, you can do that there on the internet. That's the members book store.
It's hard to know what the answer is. I mean, they're not convinced. What they presented on Wednesday was a strategy broad, a bit of a plan around what they want to do with the Brazilian championship, sort of what I'd call a pre-feasibility study. They haven't yet been prepared to
And Somerset Museum is still open and will be across the day.
and their only answer to be able to do all of this is through utilisation. It's not very realistic. And so what I think they're trying to do is to keep talking, to give the message over quite much, and then be able to put out the document and say, this is the answer. You can have this beautiful ground, you can have this beautiful tree, you'll be able to afford. So what they won't describe as a downside, because as soon as it goes there, you lose all control. And county cricket will be in second.
Here at Somerset, stand against
And the fact they're offering on about 40 yards a
no
set,
place for it last fall. The Bravery celebrating
those people who want something, they never ask for what they want. Whether it's not even compromise on 12, you ask for something that you think you might agree, and then you go for what you really want.
Followed by your message to 6, 7 and 7.
I don't know how he's going to get it through. I mean, there's only 2,000, someone asked me, 2,108 members left to do it. So they're the ones that vote.
But this voting thing is fast. So when so Townsend became eligible, a member correctly onto the vote. But no, he voted for it. I never saw a vote.
Well, there's another, yeah, I mean, they created blocks because of the rules, and then we have a vote after.
So what they did was they signed up 100 of their members and voting on that. So, there's a check of whatever.
So as you
I live around the shops closed. So the only place you can buy kit now, we want someone now to find a place in front. Actually, your school is around kit in front. And the stuff they have on the hoarding is about 25 years old.
We can't even buy the Yorkshire captain.
Well, the kit last year, I think, about the middle of the summer before they realised, has it changed?
Well, I got myself a new jacket in the winter. I was in Australia. I got one at Adelaide and put it out on the
Yes.
I got a Yorkshire one, my old one. We're not bringing any bowlers through, are we?
No.
They identified bowling as a weakness and they thought, well, these damn people are awful.
So the only one you see lurking around about is spring. That's it.
And I mean, they need to give him a go.
Yeah, of course they do. I don't know why they didn't this game. I thought they'd had the opportunity. Of course, they didn't play. Leave out to beat. He knows that he's not going to play all the games anyway.
We need to know whether he's good enough. I mean, you're only going to find out by putting him in that situation. He probably will be up to the fight stage. Okay, for a second. Because that's the way you learn.
Yes.
I'd rather have him than bloody Van Dijk.
Oh, exactly.
33-year-old.
Well, it's 36. 36 years old.
He had a slight, I would say, average season for Leicester when he went to Leicester. 34 was about 30. It's not great for second division.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the first one had wickets.
That first spell was very good.
Yeah. And then since then he's radar is all over.
The struggle not to adapt to our competition.
Yeah.
Clearly, there's a talented player getting to the West Perth side who's played Sheffield Shield.
Yeah.
We had that Buckingham who played all terribly.
Sorry, who?
Buckingham one.
Oh, yes.
He was awful.
No, yeah.
He's no balls in play. Some of them were all.
Yeah, you know, yeah,
The Bruce
exactly.
Town. He's now in. He's not. It's like that. Abel I mean, Jack White proved a good start. That's the sort that you don't mind what to do. I don't want to see him not one. Don't mind the odd one.
But the picture is the same, nobody coming through to
Yeah. Double one with it all.
Warrington Street?
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Steve thinks, but it's only his own thoughts, it may be a reaction to when he put something out, pick something up when he was in water or something like that. But that's only your own thoughts. He's not scored anymore. He's scored for years and years. He's actually scored. Don't do Scottish reserve football anymore. Doesn't go out to our Yorkshire. But he says he's been to see 2 or 3 times. Each time he's been felt he would have been better. So that's on the mend of it.
Oh, John's here.
Is it? Where are they?
They were heading that way.
Oh, have you spoke?
Yes, we have, yeah. Yes.
I take it he's not found it.
We didn't ask about it.
I'll tell you what I bet he's not. I bet you haven't done it. I've seen what's happening. Because I was with Glenn last week, and Glenn lost it. You know how devoted to his phone Glenn is. And of course he was really peace. And I suggested to him to ring him. You know, he got to the old phone and rang it. And somebody answered. And he said, hello, I think I'm talking to you on my phone. And Bloke says, yeah, I've found this phone. I'm waiting for somebody to ring. And of course they got the rest of it and we got it back. And Glenn said, where did you find it? He said, well, I found it on the street in Radler. Well, that side is where Glenn had lost it but not known. So he got it back. So problem solved. Now, John would never think of doing all like that. I don't think. Maybe know where the rest of it is.
We found the phone once on a bench with Harrogate, towards Harlow Car, and this line there, so picked it up, sort of walked to the centre and somebody rang it.
Same thing.
Yeah, otherwise we'd have dropped it off at the police or whatever. But
The owner who rang it.
yeah, well you hope it was the owner, yeah.
Well, you can't do anything.
Yeah. I've lost it in the house and then you ring and find out where I've left it.
It's funny, I've never lost one. Well, no, I know if I had one, it's damn well good. You can't convince me. Now, them are both
What, when, oh, I thought you were going to say 1978.
No, it was this last year.
Really?
She bought this in tracks in Boston, and there's no different Boston. So she said, see this thing out, this is good, I'll take them back. So we didn't take this turned out. So I said to her, take them back and change them. But can you change them? So she was Boston, anyway. She did, and the ones that came back, they were totally different. These are what we put. They didn't care what they were doing.
One question Stephen asked me which I couldn't answer was, is yours in a home?
On your own. Well, as far as I'm aware, I'm sure it would have been.
No, she failed the fitness test at last year, the Conference.
Whether it's particularly appropriate or it was cold.
No, we're all right that Thursday.
Depends who you get to see. If you sat in shade, it's not all right.
Well, Phil said you were due to bring her, but she failed the fitness test. I think previous game he had car issues. I don't know what the word is, but he's going to take a sit down and see his car again. So they must have been sold. Either being sorted his car issues out, or had been sorted out for him.
It looks as though you had more space to get through.
his right that's happening, isn't it? I can't understand it. You don't need to doubt it. The fact that we can't get it to respond to what's on people's television seems strange.
No, it seems strange. Yeah. I mean, I have obviously remote, not like you do, but they do have a. Well, the last one, but I've seen this one. There is a key inside if you try to.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It is a very pleasant morning weather-wise, and what a pleasant day it was for Somerset supporters yesterday. The overnight position 201 for 3 and a sparkling 100, which is to be continued. Josh Thomas on 120 not out, and that is from just 123 deliveries. Tom Abel is with him, continuing the excellent form he's been showing this summer. I'm Stephen Lamb. Vic Marks is with me. And Vic, you did see bits yesterday.
I saw bits, but not as much as perhaps you might have expected. I was here all day, nearly, but there was an old players' do. And there were a lot of old players I hadn't seen for a long time. One or two I didn't recognise, sadly. But so the cricket was a wonderful backdrop, and I kept looking up, and Gregory got another wicket in the morning, or in the early afternoon. And then when I looked up in the last session, Josh Thomas had hit another 4. Amazing. And actually, I hate to correct you so early in your first outing, but Josh Thomas got 136 if the scoreboard is right, not 120.
Aha, right. I was going off our own little...
Well, it's very rare that the scoreboard is right and the screen is wrong, but this is one of those occasions.
Yeah, at least the screen agreed.
Yeah, 136 he's got in, what, as you say, no time, really.
That's the partnership. He added 20.
Oh, right, that's we've got an explanation to it. There's no mistake on the screen. Josh Thomas, they've put on, what have they put on? 166.
Kevin Mitchell
This is the amazing
and
stat.
John
They've put on
Potter.
166.
And please welcome now our match
And Thomas has scored 120 of them.
It is remarkable, isn't
It
it?
is, isn't it? So a lot of astounding cricket yesterday, and a big crowd really enjoyed it. Today, well, there's all sorts of good news. The first is that we're playing. The forecast isn't great, but it's looking pretty
and
good.
led
just
by
for the
their
moment.
captain Jolly Besto,
And
our
there's the
visitors,
reappearance
Yorkshire.
of Stephen Lamb for his first outing. We were a bit worried about him, but he has reappeared. But he's not the only one, and I'll leave the other one, the other big piece
And
of news
resuming their
to
innings,
Stephen.
Somerset this morning.
Brian the Cat is back.
Tom Abel,
Everyone was very worried about him. We
sponsored
thought
by
he may not be
Sanderson
coming back.
Weatherall,
He was
Josh
almost the
Thomas.
first being I saw when I arrived at the ground this morning. And I gave him a bit of a stroke and a pat. He was slightly crotchety, but otherwise fine.
Well, we weren't sure he was going to come back. So he's back. So it's a bumper day at Taunton.
It is truly
Both Stephen
summer
Lamb and
with us.
Brian the Cat are back, and both looking healthy, although Brian's a bit more crotchety than Stephen at this stage. Anyway, here we go. Out come Tom Abel, who in a sense, I didn't see that much, but he kind of played a humble innings. He said, OK, get on with it, Josh. I'm just going to
They
stick
will
with
start
you.
this morning
And
from the
probably
Marcus
give you a bit of
Scottish
encouragement
Pavilion
along the
end,
way
and
and
to
say,
open
keep
the
going.
bowling for Yorkshire.
And
Jack
Josh Thomas made the point yesterday evening that he was so glad that Tom Abel's presence at the other end was hugely reassuring.
Yeah. I mean, I don't suppose, well, he's in foreign territory, Josh Thomas. It's his first 100. He hasn't played much. How he's going to, you can't take it for granted he can just carry on from where he left off last night. But what a lovely way to start the day, and the knowledge that, well, I'm 136 not out.
Yes, he's having a bit of a stretch. I should think there's some stiffness.
Oh, he's young, though, he's young.
Just 21, Josh Thomas, and a solution to, or part of a solution to the opening batting
Well, it
conundrum.
certainly seems like that. He's opened in every match so far. He got 40, didn't he, in the very first innings of the season, and then has struggled a bit to get any runs.
Here's Jack White, first ball of the morning. Good one too.
Yeah, but I don't need that. Just. But it was on target, more or less. Yeah, he'd struggled since that first 40 in difficult conditions on that very first morning of the season against Notts. But he didn't struggle much yesterday. He had one big assistance when he nicked the ball between Bairstow, the keeper, and Root at first slip, and neither of them went for it. He was on about 20 at the time. So I don't know whether he played at that or not. There's no need to. Anyway.
It dissected them, didn't it?
Yeah,
and,
it dissected them and neither moved. And, well, we're not wicket experts, but essentially it was equidistant between the two, in which case you think it's the keeper's catch. He's got the glove on.
Well, yes, and Bairstow didn't have to dive as far as James Rue did earlier in the day to take a brilliant catch in front of first slip.
But he's had that slice of, if you like, good fortune, but he's made the most of it.
That's right on target and played well by Thomas. Jack White was good with the new ball yesterday.
Yeah, Jack White at Somerset. Eh?
Yeah.
He's got his gates.
Is he known as the farmer?
Has he visited his gates? The pitch out there was quite green yesterday morning, and as we're accustomed to seeing that shade of green, it's paler and paler. Whereupon it usually gets more conducive to run scoring, but we'll see.
Watchfully defended. Nice when you're on 136 not out to feel the ball firmly on bat the following morning.
Yeah. I wonder if he slept. I mean, the old-fashioned response, we have half a dozen pints in celebration, but I don't expect he did that.
Oh, is that a nick? Is that a nick? It's not being... Oh, it has been given.
Yeah, well...
Took a while for the finger to go up, but that is the end of a marvellous innings. Josh Thomas not adding to his 136 overnight is the first wicket of the morning to fall.
Yeah, well, it's just didn't manage to get going again. The glory came yesterday, and he's disappointed as he heads off. I think he hesitated, not because he didn't think he'd hit it. I think it was just only just reached the keeper, I think. We'll have a little look in a second. And I'm sure it carried because, well, partly because Bairstow indicated that it had.
And the body language rather indicated that he knew.
So, okay, well, it's not the start Somerset wanted or Josh Thomas, but nonetheless it's still a hugely significant innings. And now, well, it could have been Will Smead, or it can be Thomas Rue. And I think it's Thomas Rue about to come out and make his debut for Somerset in red ball cricket. Wasn't going to be playing in this game, of course. And then he was not necessarily the obvious replacement, but the only replacement for Jack Leach. There are no spinners left, actually. Goldsworth is injured.
There's Josh Thomas.
There's Josh Thomas, of course. He bowls left-hand, but he's already in the team. So here we go. This is going to be fascinating. He's got his A-levels. I don't suppose they're at the forefront of his mind just at the minute. But it's been much discussed. I mean, it's an odd debut, this, because people are so aware of Tom Rue. There's no question of, hang on a minute, who's this? What's this bloke coming out? He's done so much. Played for the England Lions. Anyway, here he is, batting more or less on off stump like they all do.
Huge moment for
his
him.
First ball in red ball cricket for Somerset, and he blocks it with composure.
Yes, that was off the middle.
Yeah.
First ball in Championship cricket for Thomas Rue. And he's got the reassuring company of Tom Abel at the other end.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a great start for Somerset, obviously. And I look back actually to that Hampshire game in a sort of grumpy, slightly pessimistic fashion, in which Somerset had a terrific first day against Hampshire. It could be by the end of the second day, any advantage they had whittled away. I'm not saying that's going to happen again now, but you can never take anything for granted. But we keep learning in this. It's a good start for Yorkshire. Thomas, well, after the highs of yesterday, has just got to mull over that.
It's going to be Hill from the River End, owing to Tom Abel. That's his first ball of the day. Played comfortably enough. George Hill without a wicket so far. Jack White now has 3 for 36 from his 12 overs. Very watchful from Tom Abel. Faced 113 deliveries for his 41. Going along more sedately yesterday than Josh Thomas, but just as important. Not quite such a big crowd in as yet as yesterday.
No, I mean, the Hildreth stand was more or less full up yesterday, and we reckon, well, our leader, Ben, reckoned there was around about 2,500 here yesterday, which is not a bad crowd for a championship match anywhere. Possibly from the Oval, they get big crowds there now, which is great to hear about. They've set up, haven't they? They set up a workplace at the Oval. People who can work an area where you can sort of work from home.
Take your laptop in.
At the cricket ground. It's quite a good idea if you've got the space.
Which they have aplenty at the Oval.
And I like the lateral thinking there.
This they considered a run. Thomas Rue was interested at the non-striker's end.
Well, they were both interested, but neither committed, so they took the wise decision to stay where we are. We can hear. Yorkie's always been quite noisy in the field, in a perfectly good way. I remember. Well, actually, come to think about it, I remember playing against Yorkshire when Johnny Bairstow's dad was behind the stumps. He was rarely quiet.
Yes, be much self-examination in the dressing room yesterday evening. They were 120 for 3 at one point, Yorkshire, yesterday. It was a real collapse that ensued.
It was, and there was as I say, I was here, but not watching intently, but there was an hour before lunch, a terrific hour actually, if you were a sort of random spectator just popped in when you had Root and Bairstow together, and they added 60 or 70 or whatever it was in what seemed like no time, with a flurry of sweetly struck boundaries. I mean, a great sight for people. You used to come years ago. You used to come to county cricket not necessarily to see your team win, but to see these England players play in the flesh. Well, that was on offer yesterday.
Taken.
And that's
the second wicket of the morning, and Thomas Rue has been dismissed for a duck, taken at third slip. 201 for 5.
Well, he's walking off very slowly, poor man. He joins
Thomas Rue was caught by
list of players, I think, who started either their first class career or test career with a duck, second ball duck. So 201 for 5, not a run been added. 2 wickets have fallen.
Yeah, making his way
Anything
slowly off,
this
Thomas
game.
Rue.
Yeah, well,
great disappointment for him.
It is, but it's life. At this point, Well, it's hard to console anyone. But
coming in next for Somerset,
Len Hutton, Graham Gooch, we're talking Test cricket. Gooch, I think, started with a pair. Len Hutton started with a duck.
I remember Archie Vaughan getting run out for a duck.
Yes.
In his first 50 over appearance.
Yeah. Anyway, so all the interest, excitement of the prospect of Thomas Roux, well, that'll have to wait. He may get another knock in the second innings, of course.
Cricket does produce its deflating moments.
Yeah. And now another intriguing arrival, which is Will Smead, who's barely played any red ball cricket, but he has, by hook or by crook, he's played in the last 2 matches, initially as a sub, a replacement.
Summoned from South Wales.
That's right, he just scored 200s against Cardiff University and was summoned from Cardiff, I think it was, to Chelmsford. And in 2 of his innings, this is Will Smead we're talking about, he took, I think, in 2 of his, he took 20 balls to get off the mark. We're not used to seeing that. Ball's moving around, White is looking terrific, and he's on target straight away.
He's looking for a fifer now.
Well, he's looking for an early fifer. His figures look terrific. Just getting the ball on a length, little bit of movement. Two tentative prods, really, I suppose, but we're just trying to get themselves in. The young brigade of Josh Thomas and Thomas Roux.
Left.
It is, yeah, but it's very strange to see. Well, I wasn't actually at Chelmsford, or indeed, I think down at Hampshire, where, as I say, 18, 19, 20 balls to get off the mark for Will Smead. He doesn't do that against a white ball. But nonetheless, he's made not major contributions, but he has got a few runs. Only 20s and 30s so far, but it's a whole new experience for him as well. But an exciting one for both him and us.
There's going to be a single here, down to long leg.
It's just a leg by, I think.
Yep. Signalled.
They'll take anything at the moment, Somerset, after this run, 0 for 2 start.
Yeah, Will Smead has come in rather earlier than he would have been expecting.
Yeah, I mean, half expected him to come at 6 and Thomas Roux at 7, but that's not how it worked out. Abel's still there. He's yet to score this morning. It's 11:15. We've seen 2 wickets fall. Almost 11:15. And a leg by. Quite a stark contrast to last night. White asking all sorts of questions. Yorkshire grappling to get back in the game.
Into a defensive stroke there, Tom Abel.
He's bowling a sort of similar kind of pace and, of course, a similar kind of line as Gregory yesterday. He was so effective. He's a bit taller than Gregory.
Really the perfect start for Yorkshire this morning. Squeezed away, but only as far as backward point. So just the single, just the leg by of the excellent Jack White. 4 for 36 he now has.
So quiet, slightly stunned county ground really after such a perfect day yesterday. A sort of grim reality has returned that anything can happen. Not so many people here, as you say.
Yeah, the biggest noise of the morning was to applaud Josh Thomas when he went back in. without adding to his overnight
Yeah,
score.
yeah. It's lovely, George, apparently. Well, he's hitting a length too. He hasn't got a wicket, but he was the leading wicket taker last season for Yorkshire in the red ball game. Again, another seamer who doesn't give much away.
Firmly defended by Will Smeed. Yorkshire looking more animated in the slip cordon.
Well, they've had a
yesterday
dream
evening.
start. I mean, the dream start. They're back in the game. They trail by 40. That's another good ball there.
He certainly played at that, Will Smeed. Joe Root is polisher in chief.
Yeah, well, he's obviously good at it. He does it for England.
Amongst
Especially
his
now
many
he's
talents.
no longer a captain. Yes. Not only is he a great batsman, but he's a fine polisher of a cricket ball. He may
In
have left
fairness,
that.
he
It's
just pulled his bat inside the line there.
yeah, it's so unusual to see for us to see Smeed play defensively. And it's a real challenge, I think, for someone like him to find that right balance as he tiptoes into red ball cricket. Because obviously you don't want him to forget about the fact that once he gets going, he can devastate. So you want him to retain that positivity, but of course he's got to be able to stay in long enough to do it. And he's no doubt he's still searching for the balance. And by and large, from what I've seen, he's tried to do it in a very traditional way. I'm going to get myself in before I look to play any extravagant shots. That's what we get used to seeing him playing on a Friday night here.
Certainly in terms of his form, it was a very timely pick because he'd been scoring plenty of runs for the seconds when Tom Kohler-Cadmill sustained that injury.
Well, injuries are an obvious hindrance in many ways, but they also provide opportunities and allow everyone to consider other options, and Smeed is the most intriguing one in many ways, as Tom Root is actually, but that you know that they're special cricketers, but they've never had any experience in this type of game, not at first class level. So to have those opportunities created, there are all sorts of consequences, and some might be very, very good consequences, but just see what they make of it. He's right on target, right in rhythm is Jack White, as indeed George Hill. He's not bowling any rubbish either. So it's a rather a tense start from Somerset perspective, an ideal one from Yorkshire's point of view.
Yeah, Tom Abel yet to add to his overnight 41.
No, well he's just playing everything on its merit. He hasn't had anything to hit, and he hasn't hit anything.
It's off the middle. Certainly had the feeling yesterday that the pitch was getting gradually easier as it progressed.
Well, that seemed to be the case, didn't it? Certainly yesterday afternoon. I mean, we've seen movement this morning. The pitch has slightly changed colour. It's not as green as it was yesterday. But there's still something there, clearly. Yeah, very watchful, very good from White. I mean, it's a wonderful feeling to be in rhythm as a bowler. You've got 4 wickets to your name. And that uncomplicates things. You don't go searching. How have I got my 4 wickets? I've just kept nagging away around about that 5th stump, 4th stump, on a length. There's a little bit there. I don't need to try and do anything clever. And he's not. He's just pounding down on that length. Around about off stump, just outside, allowing no liberties. There's a few of those would be handy for Somerset. It's the first run off the bat, and it's taken just over 20 minutes.
Yes, it was almost a shy at the stumps.
Yeah, well, it's
not
good,
in the end.
A good piece of running. I mean, anything is welcome from a Somerset perspective. Joey, Tom Abel's added to his tally by 1.
But a small relief for him.
A small relief. He's been around a bit. He's an old soldier now, obviously.
An old soldier in great form.
Yeah. Well, played a vital innings down at Hampshire, and not the first time this summer. He's had a very good start to the season.
Played comfortably enough from the crease by Will Smead. What a game that was down at Southampton.
Yeah, I mean,
2-wicket win in the end. And Tom Abel hitting the winning runs and going to his century simultaneously.
Yeah, lovely. Jack Leach at the other end. There's one more wicket. There are 8 wickets down, of course, but topsy-turvy game, a wonderful game of Championship cricket. Somerset in control after the first day. Hampshire coming back very strongly on the second day. And then sort of even Steven thereafter. Anything could happen. This is quite a big run chase. It was always, you felt, possible. Big contributions, but from Rue, of course, James Rue, but Gregory coming in alongside Abel towards the end. Flurry of wickets here and there. I was following it on my phone, which is very unsatisfactory, really, just quickly having a look at the score. Anyway, that's history now.
Hampshire being given a fearful pummelling down at the Utilita Bowl this morning. That's continuing.
Is it?
Glamorgan 377 for 1.
I mean, sometimes those games, they can knock the stuffing out of you. If you've really competed well and really hard, but have got nothing much to show for it, and it can kind of be like a blow to the solar plexus. I mean, it happened to Somerset in a slightly different way at the beginning of last year when they were odds on to beat Worcestershire in the first game, but then Worcestershire batted, so the game was drawn when it looked almost certain that Somerset would win it. And then they went off to, I think, Chelmsford and put in they were still a bit shell-shocked by failing to win that game and lost at Chelmsford quite badly. And I'm just wondering whether that score against Glamorgan would have taken place if Hampshire had just got through. I doubt it. I think they would have been a bit more of a spring in their step.
Kieran Carlson is on 179 not out down there. She has a birthday with me, Kieran Carlson, and Zainul Hassan is at 137.
There's an awful lot of runs around apart from here. Up there in the Championship. There's quite a lot of runs around yesterday afternoon here, but not this morning. 25 minutes have gone. And Somerset, well, they're 2 for 2 today. Josh Thomas, and there'll be a bit of lamentation at King's College, Taunton down the road. Both like so many actually, and Smead is an old boy. We've got at least 3 of them playing in this game. Four actually. I think it's 4 at the moment. Would have been 5 if Bantam was in the team. Well, there's a bit of overbend. He's just waited on it. He just does that so easily. And the ball's probably straight, but it's over pitch, and he keeps doing that. I mean, I keep thinking, well, he can't miss that. He's out. But every time he seems to middle it, and away it goes. Beautifully timed. So that's the first shot of any consequence, really. Beautifully done. Slightly over pitch. It was half volley, but my goodness me, he put it away nicely. No problems there, though.
That's a good comeback by the bowler with the last ball of the over. But that was sweetly struck.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ridiculous comparison, but I'm going to make it anyway. That delivery there, it was slightly over pitch, so it was more or less a half volley. He just, time and time again, we've seen Tom Abel just clip that through mid-wicket. And you won't like it, it's not a very interesting comparison, but if I'd been batting, that half volley would probably have gone just behind square on the offside. But that's why Tom Abel was a much better batsman than I ever was. But that's where he's so strong, and when he's playing well, he's so confident that if the length's right, it doesn't matter too much about it doesn't matter if it's hitting middle and off. He can clip that through mid-wicket.
So Will Smeed still to get off the mark.
No, he can't do it there either. Let's see how he's getting on here. He's faced 12 balls. I mean, they never have a slow hand clap nowadays, do they? The slow hand clap was quite a feature of the 60s and the 70s. Charlie has said when I was batting, no, I don't ever remember it actually. but Derek Taylor used to go, come on, Taylor. But also at the highest level, you get this slow hand clap has gone out of fashion. But there would be quite an oddity if the recipient of the slow hand clap was Will Smeed.
Yes, who would have thought that possible?
But actually, it's the pattern, and he's just working out how they've bowled well at him. He's played everything on merit so far. You need it's in a way, it's a brave way to go about it. I'm going to wait until I get the right ball, even though in white ball cricket, where the ball doesn't move around so much with that white ball, and the pitches are usually more conducive to stroke play. By this time, when we've seen him bat in the other form of the game, or the other forms of the game, he's probably got about 25. Just a little bit of movement. See how that just straightens up a fraction towards the offside. He's played it well. He's watched it. But everyone would rest a little easier when he gets off the mark, including Will Smeed himself, I think.
I remember it took James Hildreth 34 balls to get off the mark once at Southampton.
Did it?
And he went on to score 150.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's it's just a voyage of, we're witnessing a sort of voyage of discovery for Smeed as he acclimatises to this form of the game. And we know there's huge potential there, but when will it work? And at the moment, as in his couple of his previous innings, he's having to be very patient.
There's nothing on offer.
So I find it quite a tense prospect. So in a minute, I'm going to have to look at, in fact, after this over. It's too tense for me. Because, I mean, I'd love to see Smeed prosper in all formats, actually. We've seen him being absolutely critical to Somerset's T20 success, but last year was a great year. It's a good shot, but it's not going anywhere.
Nicely timed.
I like the idea of him playing all formats and being successful in all of them. He's obviously committed to that now in a way that he wasn't for a while. He experimented really with the idea of being a white ball specialist. and then had a little bit of a rethink. Obviously, I don't know the detail of it, but possibly influenced by a bit by Tom Banton, who committed himself to playing red ball cricket. It helped with his white ball stuff, I think. Anyway,
he
ain't got off the mark yet. I can't take it any longer. The tension is too great. But here is very calm, collected. Charlie Taylor, take charge.
So
I'll go and lie down.
He's only halfway to James Hildreth's 34. He's faced 17 so far. Will Smeed. But what an impressive bowling performance. Well, from these two really, but particularly from Jack White. 2 wickets for him yesterday, and he added a further 2 today in thoroughly short order. 4 for 37 overall. No change at the river end either. Why should there be? Watchful leave from Tom Abel. Seen a sumptuous boundary from him in the previous over. Morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Stephen. How lovely to see you.
And you reciprocated.
It's a long old winter, isn't it? And then there was a home game here, and then there was weeks without one. Obviously, there were the women's games, and I was here for some of those, which were fantastic. But it's been a while since I last saw you.
Once again from Tom Abel. They've made a pretty good start, the women.
Yeah, they lost to Essex on Wednesday, which was frustrating at Taunton Vale, but otherwise they've been very good. Beat Surrey here on a week ago today, which I was at and commentating on, which was a very good performance, in particular from Heather Knight, who scored 100, and Danny Gibson, who scored quick fire 70 odd. Some great bowling from Charlie Dean, so those England players doing very well for Somerset, although they're not in the squad anymore. They are playing today as well, actually. We'll keep an eye on that score once the runs start flowing.
A great performance in the first game from the skipper.
Very much so. Very much so. In the final wicket partnership, doing the job, beating the side we're watching here, Yorkshire, their women's team, by 1 wicket. In fact, it was nearly caught. Could have been a tie. Sophie Luff, the captain, one of our own, one of the commentators here, pushed back down the ground and straight towards the bowler. He managed to get a hand to it, but thankfully for Somerset couldn't keep hold of it. They're at Edgbaston today, the women's side. Taking on Warwickshire. Warwickshire 75 for 3. Skelton's picked up a couple of wickets already. Griffiths the other one. So it's currently Davina Perrin and Karis Pavley who are currently in. We'll keep you. Oh, Perrin's just got out. 76 for 4.
Everything behind that. Tom Abel.
2 wickets in an over for Alex Griffiths. So things going pretty well for Somerset at Edgbaston. As I say, we'll keep you posted on that score.
In the meantime, these two here at Taunton looking to absorb the pressure.
I mentioned the fact that the women are playing today. There is, of course, a live stream of that as well, provided by our friends at Warwickshire. So we can actually watch a little bit of it now as Lola Harris is bowling her leg spin. Good delivery. That's happening right now. So if you fancy watching the women's game, Somerset will be pretty pleased, I think. 76 for 4. Got top order of Warwickshire gone already, with still 35 and a bit overs to go in that one. So we'll keep across it for you.
It's just a stalwart of the domestic games.
But here in Taunton, where the Somerset men's side taking on Yorkshire, they'll be fairly pleased with where they are, although it's been Yorkshire's morning so far. 2 wickets before a run had been scored this morning. Josh Thomas over 136 overnight, which was a fantastic battling innings. I left at the tea break yesterday because I had some work to do on later on in the day. I didn't have any phone signal, so I only checked it after I'd got to where I was going. So this is very straight on the hip of Will Smeed.
Another leg by.
Yeah, another leg by, so it won't be his first run. We still wait for that moment. This is his home debut, of course, in first-class cricket. Smeed, who's played in the came in as an injury replacement in the Essex game. And then, of course, the last game as well was Hampshire away.
Yeah, it's the second leg bye of the morning. I think otherwise we've only had 2 scoring shots, both from the bat of Tom Abel, the single and that beautifully struck boundary.
Yeah, not hard to pick the shot of the morning so far because we've had 1 boundary and that's it. So it's probably that one. But yes, I checked my phone only about an hour and a half after I'd left because I didn't have any signal and couldn't believe that no more wickets had fallen. Because what I'd seen during the day, especially in that afternoon session where 10 wickets fell, was the ball just nibbling a little bit, moving around. Lewis Gregory getting it to do all sorts. Sent a pen flying in my emotion and exaggeration of what was going on.
Similar to what Lewis was doing with the ball.
Yeah, it was. Getting it to go all over the place. So to then have a whole session where not a wicket fell was, I mean, I know the conditions changed a lot. The sun came out. It was actually a really lovely evening yesterday, wasn't it? But still, Somerset did really well. Yorkshire have come back into it this morning. Tom Abel on strike on 46. And it was in the air. It only dropped just short of the short mid-wicket fielder.
Who fields it rather histrionically.
Yes, still down. Here is that Don Bess, former Somerset player, who has still got hold of the ball. Is he all right?
I think he is.
Drags himself to. He's that sort of player, isn't he? Really.
Yeah, I think it's just disappointment that the ball didn't quite carry to him.
That feeling that it was close, but not quite there.
He's good mates with Tom Abel, who went after him a bit yesterday evening. Hit him for 6. 1 delivery.
In comes White. Again on the stumps, it's nicely flicked. Could be a 4, could be a half century for Tom Abel. Will it reach it? No, it's going to pull up short. He'll get a couple of runs. Although thinking of the 3rd, it's not on. Abel moves to 48.
I think that was wise to leave it at 2.
Another couple of runs added. 210 for 5. The lead is 48 now. So with 5 wickets in hand, this is... At the moment, it's at a sort of a useful point of a lead. Somerset won't want to make it into a dominant lead. They've got 5 wickets in hand. They've got plenty of batting still to come with bat very, very deep in this game. Somerset, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Miguel Pretorius, Alfie Ogborn even at number 11. We know he can swing the bat. He scored a 40-odd. I'm trying to think what he scored against Hampshire, something like that, wasn't it? Really helped just boost Somerset's lead. White in again. Again, it's very straight and full. And there's no run.
White must almost, well, both of these bowlers must almost be due for a rest. And bowling since 11 o'clock.
We saw Lewis Gregory bowl the whole first hour yesterday. Right through till gone 12, and he was still on 8 over spell, which Gregory, who is, I don't know if he's watching, I don't think he'll mind me saying he's not in his full youthful liveliness like he might have had when he was younger, but he looked great. It would have been hard to take the ball out of his hand. Of course, he's the captain now, so no one's going to do that. But it would have been, had he been being captained by someone here, I'm sure he would have been very difficult to get the ball out of the hand. Now, that's a sort of leave, but was guided past the 3rd slip. And he'll come back for 2, which means he'll reach another half century. Tom Abel has got to 50, and that is something we've said already plenty of times this season. He is in fine form, the former Somerset skipper, and that is a very warm round of applause here in Taunton, a place that absolutely loves this man.
And he's in as good form as I can recall seeing him at the moment.
Yes, he is. He's looking very, very good. Now, it's interesting, that shot, was he trying to leave it? It's not a very Tom Abel shot, that one, to be honest. I don't know whether he was deliberately guiding it. It just looked like he almost pulled out of it halfway through. It was just, safe enough in the end. Picked up a couple, which is all he needed for his half century. He's already got, what has he got, a couple of centuries already this season? So he's going along very nicely, considering this is only Somerset's 4th game.
Ball number 19.
Smead, meanwhile. Well, he'll definitely have his eye in soon, won't he, Smead? You can't say that he won't have seen a few.
It is finding the middle of his bat pretty regularly.
And he's not been bowled a bad ball yet. It's not like he's missing opportunities, really. They're bowling very well to him, and he's being cautious. But it is an un-Smead-like innings from what we're used to with, obviously, him opening up in the T20s. Well, that'll be runs. There it is. It's going to go for 4. Not hugely convincing. I'm not convinced that's where he was trying to put it. but a slightly wider effort. It was there to be hit. He flashed at it hard, and there was no fielder in place. It was aerial for a moment, but runs all the way through third for 4 runs.
Yeah, there was a cry of frustration from the bowler. Let's see how that hurt George Hill, just loosening the stranglehold a bit. So Smeed is away from his 20th delivery. Oh, and there's a little dabble outside the off stump. It's a no ball, in fact.
Another couple to the total for Somerset there. Saw Lewis Gregory bowl. Who was it? Was it Joe Root? I'm trying to remember who it was. He's got bowled off a no ball. No, it wasn't. It was Bean, I think. Actually, I would have written it down. Bean bowled off a no ball on 21. He only went on to make another 13 runs, 14 runs.
Oh, again a dabble, and it wasn't a no ball that time, so count himself fortunate, Will Smeed, not to have nicked that. And Joe Root, what a polisher. See that streak of red on the back of his trousers.
That's one of the things which, when you speak to non-cricket fans, that's one of the things that comes up very regularly. What are they? Why are they doing that? It's such an unusual part of the sport, that, isn't it? You don't really. I can't think of another similar sport where you know, someone's job is to
keep the shine.
Keep the shine. Yeah, keep something shiny. It's a very strange element of the sport. Because it's in you know, for someone who doesn't know why, it can seem ridiculous, can't it? Someone's wiping on their trousers constantly.
Yeah, it's nearly 60 overs old, this ball. It was changed yesterday in the last session.
Okay, Smeed's decided now's the time. He's in. He's got in and he's powered that. That's a T20 shot. We're used to that short arm jab from Will Smeed through mid-wicket. In T20 it might have been a bit more aerial, but in this form, along the ground for 4.
He's got powerful forearms, Will Smeed, and that was in evidence with that shot. Leathered.
That's for me, that's the shot that I think of with Will Smeed. As I say, T20, I might expect him to get underneath it a bit more and sort of lean back and let it go into the Somerset stand for 6, but that is the closest I've seen to a T20 shot from Smeed, from watching him in the last few games. Oh, I wonder how much he fancied that one as well. In a T20, he's going after that one. Smeed there now on 8. 222 for 5. The lead is 60.
And an expensive over. Haven't been able to say that until now. 2 boundaries off it. And it's 222. Famous Benno score. 222 for 2.
2, yeah, well,
not 2 in this case.
No.
Change of bowling for Yorkshire, Jai Richardson.
Yes, I was just wondering, you said, didn't you, whether it might be the end of the those first spells, and we are getting a change. Richardson bowled pretty well yesterday. What are his figures? 12 overs, 1 for 54. So in the end, looking quite expensive, but that was because of what happened towards the end in that second session. But started off very well.
So Jai Richardson from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Still got pretty clear skies here. There's a possibility of rain later on, but let's hope it holds off.
Well, I was on the train earlier and I looked at the forecast app and it said it's raining right now, and I looked out and it was a lovely day. So I seem to be getting away with it a bit so far.
Not quite on target. Richardson's first ball. No need for Tom Abel on a tidy 5-0 to engage with it.
So what's winter been like for you then, Stephen? This is your first day back, isn't it, for us? So
very pleasant. Yeah, very pleasant. Thank you, Charlie.
Did you go anywhere?
Spent a little bit of time in the Caribbean.
Oh, very nice. Where about? Which countries were you in?
In Tobago and St. Lucia.
Oh, lovely. I'd love to go there.
A very timely moment to go in early January.
And did you? Early January. I'm trying to think. That's not cricket season there, is it? Early Jan. They're playing.
No,
a bit
but
of
I
cricket
did
there.
meet a few people.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Who,
Any names?
Almost all of them bemoaning the comparison between the West Indies 40 odd years ago and how they are now.
Yeah. Oh, the T20 World Cup, I enjoyed listening to some very good innings from the West Indies, but test side is different.
In test terms,
yeah,
I
very
think it's the way they see it.
Yeah.
If you've been supporting the game for a certain length of time out there.
Yes, that's fair enough.
We had a few of them here, didn't we? Names like Joel Garner and Viv Richards come to mind.
I'm a big believer we should have a statue somewhere of at least one of those two, if not both. I think that would be brilliant, somewhere in the ground.
Darren Sammy is one of the famous cricketers to come out of St Lucia. There are a few pictures of him around the place. The ground is named after him.
Darren, you're right. Yes, it is, isn't it? The Darren Sammy, which is interesting because he's not long. He's still very much around, isn't he? You usually see after a player's sort of been out of the game for a while, those names start to come up. But which island was Joel Garner from? Because I know it was Antigua's Viv Richards.
I think Barbados, but I'm not sure.
Born in Barbados, in Christchurch.
That's a relief.
Good memory. Good memory.
But yeah, a wonderful West Indies side in those days. Best in the world. Greenwich and Haynes, fantastic opening partnership with the bat.
Gary Sobers. So you don't need to say much more, do you? Gary Sobers was just one of the great. He was slightly before that, wasn't he? He was a little bit earlier than some of those. Yeah.
But in terms of versatility, quite possibly the greatest all-rounder ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And played the game with real élan. Here's Richardson again. That's not doing very much. Started outside off stump, just held its line, and no need for Abel to play it. So a maiden for Richardson to start. That 2-2-2 unchanged on the board. And the sun is just battling to come through. It's stronger every now and again, and then gets a bit weaker from the high cloud.
It is high cloud, isn't it? Nothing at all that looks threatening, despite the forecast with lots of rain symbols on it. But at the moment, I think we're pretty fine for this. This time yesterday, floodlights were on. It was thick cloud, no rain around, but it was thick cloud. It was helping the bowlers a bit. Oh, pulling the bat inside the line there, Smead. A late decision, probably a good one.
I wondered whether Hill might have a rest after conceding those two boundaries in the previous over, but not to be as yet.
Well, there's
Bairstow keeping him on.
There's the other form of thinking. Is it Bairstow thinking, well, actually, if Smead's going to go after him a little bit, actually, maybe that isn't a bad thing. Maybe we want him just to have another over of going after it, feeling like he has to because he's been there for a while and not scored many runs. So we'll offer wicket-taking opportunities. Perhaps that's part of the thinking. He's going to pick up some more runs here. Will it get past the fielder? No, that's a good stop. Very good stop from, who is that? James Wharton there.
Yeah, because it would have been a couple, certainly, if he hadn't reached it.
Yeah.
Well, it would have got on all the way. Anyway, it's brought Tom Abel back onto strike on 50 not out.
If I can find Tom Abel's stats for the season, because it's going very nicely for him so far.
Oh, he's taken first slip. Commentator's curse. Tom Abel has gone without adding to that 50. And the decision to keep George Hill on has paid handsome dividends for Yorkshire. 2-2-3 for 6.
Oh, Tom, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have said anything, should I? Yeah, it's a good ball. Abel felt like he had to play at it, and the ball possibly just taking a little bit of a nibble from the pitch. And Tom Abel there, who's been finding the middle of the bat this morning, just for once induced into an edge, which was caught at slip.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed, Tom Abel, I'm sure, because having played himself in and absorbed the pressure early on, he was looking in good touch. So it's been Yorkshire's morning But Charlie
next
making the
for
point
Somerset,
earlier,
sponsored by Southwest
Somerset
Cleaning
do
Equipment,
back deep.
Craig
It's
Overton.
pretty reassuring to see Craig Overton coming in at number 8. And there is still the captain to follow him.
Gregory at 9, that's just amazing. How lucky is Somerset to have such good depth in their batting.
Yeah, it's a nod to Craig Overton's career best earlier in the summer, perhaps, that he's been promoted above Lewis Gregory in the order. It's not the first time. Quick fist bump with Will Smead.
Tom Abel, I don't know if that has been added in yet, that wicket, but he was up until then averaging 94.75 this season. So he's going very nicely.
Yep. Recently signed a contract extension as well, which is good news.
Great news. And when I see that, obviously I've seen that quite a few times now. I've been here for a long time. But it's never a surprise, but it's always good news. Tom Abel doesn't feel like the sort of character who's going to leave Somerset. But you also just want that reassurance that he's not going anywhere, because he is such a class player.
Goes back quite a way now, Tom Abel, captain for 7 years, of course. And I remember a moving moment when he made his first 100 here. He was batting with Marcus Trescothick at the time. Special.
He scored. What did he score in his debut? It was in the 90s, wasn't it? Here, I seem to remember. He got very close and not quite there.
Yeah. But then he made it. Opened in those days.
Yes, with Trez, yeah. When he was about, Trescothick must have been approaching 40.
Yeah.
And Abel must have been, what, late teens, very early 20s, perhaps 20. Exactly, yeah. Two very different players on opening up.
Craig Overton solidly behind his first delivery. So Hill is in the wickets column at last. Laboured without reward yesterday. And last there is something to show for it. He gets a pat on the back from Dom Bess. I wonder whether that will be it for the moment.
God,
A bit of a look as though it might be.
Bowls all those overs, finally takes a wicket, and then the captain says, "That's enough, thanks very much." You've managed to remove one of their top players, but go and have a rest. Yeah, you mentioned Bess, though. I don't think we'll see all that much spin in this match. The way Seam has been so dominant so far, Somerset not playing a frontline spinner. Forced their hand, actually, really. It's not that they've chosen it. Jack Leach has got an injury. A neck injury is what we've been told. So all the best, Jack. Hope you're back up and fit very soon. So leaves, a confident leave. Just can't have been all that far away. Of course, he's a new dad, Jack, over the winter, became a father. So probably not got his feet up watching the live stream, I shouldn't think. There'll be something. If he's not busy trying to get fit, some sort of rehab for his neck, I don't know, he'll be changing nappies or whatever else parents do. I don't know, that's about as far as my knowledge goes.
Richardson then. Oh, that's an even tighter leave. I thought the previous one, had there been a fourth stump, could have gone, but that was even closer.
3.5 stump might have been interested there. Let's quite sit in this angle, but it's hard even to see the ball.
Yes, that doesn't tell us much.
But
we might have another look.
Yeah, very confident. Very confident. I mean, as Trigo said it a few times yesterday, there are two types of leave. That one's a good one. But it wasn't far away from being a bad one.
Oh, that's a very comfortable one. Let's have another look. Oh, God. It's going in even closer.
It's definitely not on length that he's left that, is it? He's, if that takes any sort of little movement off the seam on the pitch there, he could have been in trouble.
Johnny Bairstow was outside the leg stump when he took that.
Angling in and only getting closer and closer. There must be a point where you've committed to the leave and you see it angling in. That one he has to play. That swung really hard into batter. Well watched. A lot of movement on that one. The other two stayed fairly straight.
Yorkshire will be pretty happy with how this morning has gone.
3 wickets in the first hour.
A bit of bottom hand in that defensive push.
From here, 4 wickets in hand, Somerset 61 runs ahead. They want to get that up to 3 figures at the very least. The problem is, for Somerset, if this pitch becomes easier to bat on, which is what we saw in the Nottinghamshire game, the only 4-day game we've seen at Taunton so far this year, Joseph Root might quite fancy that. A bit of a vigil at the crease. It's a very hard man to dismiss. So any lead, any large lead that Somerset can get in the first innings could prove to be really very, very crucial with a pitch that's flattening out.
He looked in pretty good order.
He did
yesterday, Joe Root.
He looked very good. Got a good ball. Yeah, very good.
One of Lewis Gregory's 6 wickets, and tickets still going for the double header coming up on the 22nd of May. Somerset against Hampshire Hawks.
Very much looking forward to that one.
Still 750 tickets remaining, so get on the website. Snap them up.
Yeah, got 2 temporary stands this year for the T20 season.
Ooh, little nibble. Could have been wicket number 7. It's still Hill.
Well, I thought it would. I think once you get a wicket, I feel you've earned another over, haven't you, really? If you're a bowler, I'd feel very hard done by. To have done the hard work, to got the breakthrough.
It means he would have bowled for the entire first hour.
Yeah, he's done a Lewis Gregory from yesterday.
Let's bat on to it okay that time. Craig Overton
practices the square drive through point. Not quite what he played. I just want to mention this, which is happening a bit later on today. Chris Zeta, a lifelong member here, a mention. He's going to be watching from his hospital bed between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. He's currently fighting cancer, so we wish Chris all the best. He's been supporting Somerset for a long time.
Oh, that was aerial for a while. Fell just short of the man at mid-wicket. Jittery times for Somerset at the moment.
There will be a banner on Gimblets Hill signed by the players yesterday, and we will be showing you that on the screen once it's up. But this is all to support Chris, who's been a lifelong cricket fan. He went to Millfield as a young child. He had the offer to bowl at Colin Atkinson. He was obviously very much involved with Millfield. And if you could get him out, you'd get a 6p piece. Chris did get him out and still has that 6p as a treasured possession.
Excellent.
Isn't that nice?
Colin Atkinson, former captain, of course, with a pavilion opposite us, named after him. Led Somerset in their first Lord's final, Colin Atkinson, against Kent. They didn't win that one,
no,
but they got a taste of Lord's.
It wasn't long after that they did start winning, though, was it? Would that have been late 60s?
Yeah.
67? Overton off the mark for the round. That's why there's a round of applause. Chris was a regular travelling supporter with Tractor, or Mike, to give him his real name, and Roger, who's sorely missed, all over the country promoting Somerset, from the Butcher's Pub in Chesterley Street to the car park at Hampshire after that T20 final. The very long journey home, he's never stopped believing that Somerset will win every game. It's what Somerset fans do. They think that we're going to win every single game.
Absolutely.
I'm sure every fan feels that across the country, but this one nicely angled. Now, direct hit is going to be close, but the throw wasn't good. So lots of support from Chris. He's going to be watching from his hospital bed and knowing that the love is being sent his way will lift his spirits and be proud of what he and Somerset County Cricket Club mean to each other. So we here at the team, of course, will wish Chris all the best, but between 12:30 and 1, if you see a banner on the screen, that's what it's all about.
I wonder whether George Hill is going to have a rest now. I'm going to have one, though, because Vic's going to come back in.
Thank you, Stephen. 225 for 6. It's a lead of 63 runs, and as Vic was coming off commentary half an hour ago, he said to me, I hope Smeed's still in when I return, but on more than naught. Well, Will Smeed has managed to make that come true, because he's on 10 and he's still there and he's on strike. Somerset 225 for 6. In comes Richardson. Oh, Smeed could have left that one, but he's decided to smash it through point for 4. It was wide and it was there to be hit, and Smeed now is taking his opportunity there. Probably would have left that earlier on in his innings, but now looking to score a bit quickly. There you are, Vic. Things have changed since you were last here.
A little bit. I mean, it's still a struggle. That is the most authoritative shot he's played. It's not a great ball, but he's now been there a while. And instead of watching it pass by harmlessly, he's cracked it square on the offside. But poor delivery, but well struck, and that'll make him feel a little bit better. But run scoring still tricky for Somerset.
Similar looking shot, well stopped. This one not quite as wide, and the fielder has done very well and hurt his hand, I think, looking at the reaction there.
Well, he has done. That is a much better delivery, and he's just almost got 4 for it, actually. Came out the meat of the bat. It's amazing. I mean, we'll see what happens, but one shot can... middling, that poor delivery will kind of get the juices flowing, you hope. In fact, they're just... Oh, it's at Bairstow, just trotting over just to check his man is okay. I think if you're playing against Will Smeed with a red ball, he was out actually caught it back with point earlier this season. I think that's an area where you think he could score, but he could also be caught.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're almost thinking whether a third slip might be better as a sort of deepish gully there.
The thing with Smeed as well, when we see it in the T20s, is his power. You said there he middled that, and it took some stopping in the field.
Yeah.
If he gets going, and he can regularly find the middle of the bat, the
Yeah.
ball will fly across his outfield. So that's, Yorkshire will be very keen that doesn't start to happen.
Mm-hmm.
What were they overnight? 201, wasn't it?
201
So
for 3 it was.
So they've added 28 for 3 this morning in just over an hour's play.
Yeah.
So it's definitely been Yorkshire's morning.
And he's just moving into the ball a bit better now. You're right. I mean, in the first half hour, it was 10 for 2. Now, Abel's gone, of course, which is the great ballast in the Somerset lineup. So it's been a fine morning for Yorkshire. Somerset back deep, of course, but they haven't really, apart from that shot through there, Smeed, not many shackles have been broken.
No.
And Yorkshire have been right on the money. Gets it going both ways, Richardson. He's Aussie, of course. He's played Test cricket, hasn't he? A few games, I reckon. I think he's from a West Aussie, if I'm not mistaken. Strong, but we've seen he's got the capacity to move it a little bit both ways. That one was slanted in. Maybe a stop ball. Probably goes from leg to off.
He's played 4 tests.
4 test matches.
Taken 13 wickets at 21.
It's not a bad start, is it?
Pretty good.
Quite possibly the quickest bowler in this match. Not quick. I mean, we always think, but I don't know whether it's true, that the Somerset radar is the sort of radar you'd like if you were defending a speeding fight. It always seems a little bit low. I mean, Richardson is just in the low 80s, or sometimes not even quite reaching that. It feels quicker than that. Ogborn gets in about that pace. But
Change
on
bowling
Somerset
from
radar,
the River End, Logan Van Beek.
Overton is rarely over 80. I You just need to tweak it up a bit.
That's what their fast bowlers look like.
Yeah.
Just give it a baseline of about 6 miles an hour as opposed to 0.
There's a conversation between Overton and Bairstow. I don't know how friendly it is, but it seems reasonably friendly. But it's carrying on. I don't know.
This was yesterday. This is what was happening between every ball. There's Bairstow on strike and Overton running in and having a chat with him after every single ball. They're two great fiery characters. We were saying this yesterday. Brilliant drama.
I mean, they would have toured together, which is when you get to know one another. So
they're probably the sort of people who would get on really well if they were on the same team. They'd probably G each other up. There'd be slight antagonism between the two. But
It's all good fun, probably.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'm sure Bairstow will have a word in Craig's ear about that one.
I mean, the best example from my era of that, and it applied to me and it applied to Both, who played it. It was no longer with us, sadly, but Robin Jackman, who played for Surrey, played against Surrey. He never stopped. He wasn't that quick, but he was very, very fine bowler. And he'd be yapping away and getting under your skin and thinking, oh God, how do they put up with him week in, without? And you get him on your team or on your tour, and he's one lovely bloke, great, full of fun. Oh, he's got him. He seemed to keep a bit low. Wasn't a great defensive shot. Maybe it did scuttle a bit, but the stumps are being hit. Van Beek, only his second delivery. He's got something to show for it. This is a terrific fight back. It's a similar sort of scale of collapse as we saw yesterday. At the moment, Overton never really settled. We'll have another look at that. The way he played it, it looked like it jagged back and kept a little bit low, and we'll have another look in just a minute, I'm sure. So Overton, who's been such fine form earlier in the summer, he's got to go. Here we are. Well, it's just trimmed. I'm not sure it's kept low, but it's come back into him. Here's another look. Let's see where. I think it just trims the bails, this ball. Here we go. Nice. Yeah. It's hitting the top of the stumps, but I think it's moved off the pitch, certainly judging by the way he played it. So this game is moving forward at a pace, and Yorkshire are right back in it. They lead by 67, Somerset, but that is the sort of lead that can be overturned quite quickly against particularly a Yorkshire side that contains two of England's finest, or one of England's greatest, in Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow, of course. So in comes Gregory, batting low, of course, in this lineup at number 9. You feel now that he hasn't actually got licence, Smead, but Somerset will want him to try and play his natural game a little bit more. The ball is still jagging around a bit.
Just thinking, you don't want him there still trying to get in when everyone else has gone.
No, and actually in the last over from Richardson, he hit a boundary and he hit one or two crisp shots to the field. And I'm sure. Anyway, the game is. It's never dull here at Taunton, really. Or very rarely dull. Certainly on the first couple of days. You never know what happens on the last couple.
You mentioned it earlier on, Vic, about the Hampshire game, which Somerset did go on to win, about having a dominant position in the game and then letting it, well, not letting it slip, but perhaps the other team playing very well and not holding on to it. So Somerset sort of doing the same here.
You can't take anything for granted. I mean, if you were, I don't know, I'm not going to criticise him actually. But the point I was meandering towards is that my impression is that when it came out today, 201 for 3, and we've got to consolidate here. So they were, they bowled well, Yorkshire. But the batsmen were quite passive, and particularly it's the aggressive batsmen. When they become passive, then you start to worry because they don't naturally get into good positions. You don't mind seeing, at least I don't, a Tom Abel be passive because he's been round the houses he's comfortable, it seems. Batting for 20 minutes and not scoring a run, and he's still quite positive in defence. I think if you are a naturally aggressive batsman, like Josh Thomas probably like Will Smeed too, you don't move so well when you're just looking to defend. It's quite an art to be positive in defence.
Is that because you're sort of overcoming an instinct?
Yeah, and then you sort of think, well, this is probably being hypercritical, in that, maybe they should have come out with a little bit more. Right, let's grab it by the, rather than say, well, let's just hang in there. Anyway, we'll see. That's out.
No,
Almost. It's not out. I did that carry. I reckon it might just have done, but I don't know.
Should have been.
We'll have a look.
I think that should have been taken.
We'll see. He's getting a pat on the back, which doesn't mean anything nearly nowadays, does it? Eyes open. Dink. Just carried.
Yeah, should be out.
Just carried. Difficult, but very low down.
Yeah.
But maybe he came up a bit.
We've seen a few slips, catches go down in this game. Somerset dropped at least 3 I can think of. Yorkshire now at least 1. There was that one, of course, that sailed through the slips as well when Josh Thomas was on 10. Between Root and Bairstow.
Got good rhythm from here, and he is getting a little bit of sort of wave movement in the air.
Very good, John. Very good, John.
What the skipper is saying to Smeed, who's, as I said, very early in his first-class career, his home debut.
Yeah, it's an oddity in that he's making his first-class debut this summer, but everyone knows about Will Smeed.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not as if it's this foreign body coming in.
Because the only thing we don't know is how he's going to go about his game of red ball cricket. But, yeah, you're right. He's made a big name for himself in the white ball set.
He's been around the world in franchise cricket. He's played, as we know, probably at least 3 seasons, 3 or 4 seasons in the T20. Last season, great year for him.
Well,
winning several games, crucial innings,
including the final.
Yeah.
And that was one of his finest innings I've seen. That game at Edgbaston.
Yeah. So he's a debutant, but not an unknown quantity. He'll take that. It's if you like, an educated edge. He'll take that. And in a curious sort of way, Thomas Root's in the same boat. I mean, he's much younger. He's in some ways he's barely started, but everyone knows about Thomas Root. He's played for the England Lions. He's got a 100 contract that's more lucrative than his brothers. He's captained England under-19s at the age of 17, and he's played almost to a final in the under-19 World Cup, scoring 100 against Australians. We all know this. So it's a peculiarity to have such well-known debutants.
Thomas Root was helped quite a lot by the rumour. The rumour that was spreading, and it was every time we talked about James Root, the rumour was the next one was, yes, but have you seen his brother?
Yeah, I know.
And it was always any sort of, well,
I know, but it's hard to cope with that. I suppose he just gets on with it. I mean, but he's had that for a couple of years. Yes. Wait till you see his brother.
Hopefully, be even better.
Well, he may not be better. He's just a bit different.
Yes, he is. Yeah, and I've sung James's praises. He's one of my favourite, I think, ever to watch for Somerset, the way he goes back his game. But Thomas is a very exciting prospect. Didn't work out for him today. 2-ball duck. But he'll get another chance in the second innings, assuming he goes well.
Well, Somerset, we're rather hoping that he doesn't have a bat in the second innings, but I wouldn't guarantee that's going to be the case.
Not the way this morning's gone, and not the way that the afternoon session went yesterday, where 10 wickets fell. We've had 4 this morning.
4, and only in an hour and a quarter, only 32 runs. which is a measure of how well Yorkshire have bowled, but also there's been a bit of movement there still. There's a little bit of life in this pitch.
Gregory doing a bit of Smeed here. He's how many deliveries now? He's taken his 5th delivery without looking to score. Every single one has been a defensive shot. So Gregory's point of view is not let's live fast and die young. He's very much looking to settle in. That was his 6th delivery he's faced. Still on 0. Here we go, it's a scoring shot, and that before. Not a great ball from Van Beek. So Gregory alive to it, straight on it, and guiding it through past the six before.
I mean, my guess is with Gregory, who's been terrific, is if there's a decision to be made about whether we take the cautious course or the aggressive one, he's captain, and his inclination is to go aggressive. So he's only faced 7 balls. If he stays in, I think he'll stay true to that.
Well, it was aggressive bowling we saw yesterday. It was brave, pitching it up. It was the right thing to do. But yeah, you're right.
He is a terrific. I mean, I could be out this ball, but he's a terrific match player. I mean, I didn't actually see the end of the Hampshire game, but nearly got 20 odd. But it was a vital partnership between Abel and Gregory that got Somerset very close. When it could have gone either way, obviously. He's a grand. We've seen that so often in T20, isn't he? Match play. He loves it.
Well, even going back to that final we mentioned with Smith, Gregory came in and scored 18 off 3 or something.
That's a lovely shot, because it's not the worst ball in the world. It's just outside off stump, but he's in now, and he just stroked that in a sort of Hildreth manner, actually. Dunk, square on the offside, which seemed suddenly a very easy fall. So a couple of boundaries. It's got Somerset within striking distance of a bonus point.
Oh, yes, sort of not even considered the bonus points for first innings. Yeah.
Well, it's not the major consideration. The major consideration is winning the game, but
well, having fallen, they were 1 run short in one game and 3 runs short in another game. I feel like that's 2 that's gone.
It upsets Harry a lot.
Well, it upsets me as well, to be honest, because at the end of the season, those 1s and 2 little points can make a big difference. Often they don't, but they can.
I'm impressed. I think Richardson looks quite dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, he's good pace and a little bit of movement. Gregory. He's a good man to have coming in number 9.
Well, if you're Yorkshire, you've got 7 down. You think, right, we're here, we're getting there now. And you've got Gregory and Smeed at the crease. You think, hang on a minute. Managed to take 7 wickets. How have we still got these 2 here to try and get rid of?
It's a nice shape, as they say. Just that little bit of. And he's got the one. Gregory actually was. Seen him getting out, leaving the ball this summer, I think, sometime. That one went away, but at some point he'll give him the one that comes straight on, and he can't leave them sort of easily.
Gregory in the last few minutes. Just a reminder, he's on a testimonial year this year. Plenty of events going on. You can have a look online.
Yeah, much deserved. People don't make such a fuss about benefits now. They're probably not quite so critical as they used to be for players, but he certainly deserves one. He's been around a long time now, and really this season has a major impact.
Well, as captain, Somerset have won 2 T20 trophies under Lewis Gregory. Now, obviously a huge team effort there, but a large part of that is down to what he does as captain.
Absolutely. I think he's, apart from anything else, he's incredibly calm. I do remember watching one game, it wasn't last year, I think it was the year before, a tight game. And I thought Gregory was brilliant because he anticipated every bowling change I was thinking of in my head. And he did exactly the same. I thought, this man's a genius.
He must be brilliant.
Yeah, he must be. Terrific captain. And we won, actually.
Of course, yeah.
But I've watched him out there, particularly in the fast-moving T20 where you've got to make instant decisions all the time, no time to... And he remains so calm, and in a way a bit like Owen Morgan. Doesn't matter if he makes the wrong decision, but everyone's right behind it. If he thinks that's the way to go, we're all happy with that. We'll do it. They've got absolute confidence. And then to cap it all, often with the bat in T20, he's come out and he's played some astonishing innings to turn the game round. So, we can find quite a few superlatives about the way he's led the team in every format, but except for 50 over. He's a 100 winner, of course. Is he captain the 100 team?
Yeah, winning captain.
I mean, he's a really substantial cricketer.
It's an innings that comes to mind in the T20 quarter-final here. I think it was against Birmingham, Yorkshire.
Oh, he's timed that too. There's one out there, though. I forgot that.
Speaking of Warwickshire and the women's game that's going on at the moment, Edgbaston, Warwickshire women are 153 for 5. They're pretty much halfway through the innings. There's 24 overs left. Karis Paverley still there on 47. Nat Wraith on 16, former Western Storm player.
They're going pretty quickly then.
Yeah, they're going all right. But they're 5 wickets down, so if Somerset can find a couple more breakthroughs, probably slow down the rate. Chloe Skelton with that extra wicket, so he's now picked up 3 in this game.
They've had a terrific start. I know they lost the last game, but the 3 wins before that.
Yeah.
They had some good wins too.
Captain's in the runs, which is good news.
Well, we'll try and eke out from Sophie when we see her how she's done that, but she'll be very, very modest about it, I'm sure.
Yeah, always is. Gives credit to others. Shorter ball. Pulled well. Fielder's out there. Just sat things down a bit here with these two. Get a partnership going. It's been not a great morning for them. Still only 43 runs scored in an hour and 23 minutes, so it's been hard going for Somerset. Yorkshire have bowled very well.
Yeah, the slip cordon's been emptied a little bit. Just the 2 slips now.
You were at an ex-player event yesterday, Vic.
I was.
How was that?
It was good fun. It was a motley collection of ex-players, about 30 or 40 probably. We had lunch over in the treasured buffet roast.
Oh,
Went down very nicely.
Oh, lovely.
I'm just trying to think. I know the oldest, I'm pretty sure, it was Terry Barwell, who played in the 67 Cup final. He played his first game in 1959.
It was 59 years ago, the 67 Cup finalists.
I know, and I watched it live in the grandstand with my dad.
Were you? Brilliant. You were there. Lovely.
Yeah, yeah.
What age would you have been then? You were on the books by that point?
I was 12.
I don't know. I just double check. You might 12-year-olds are on the books here at Somerset sometimes.
Not then, you weren't.
No.
That's a grand shot too. You see, that's the speed we've seen against the white ball. That ball is, again, it's not much width there, but he kind of creates it and times it, and that actually is the area that we used to see Hildreth hit the ball away with remarkable ease. How does he do that? That's Another valuable boundary, a little flurry of boundaries. So it's great to see Terry Barwell, who's got some great memories of, well, when he first played 59, I didn't realise he played in 59, but he played probably a little bit more in the middle 60s. And that's 4 more. Is that off the bat? I think it is. No, leg byes, but it's a point.
250 up for Somerset and a first batting bonus point.
First, there we go. That's optimism, isn't it?
Well, yeah, implied optimism. So I'm just trying to think. I mean, so I'm just trying to think who the youngest player there was. I mean, I didn't speak to everything. Craig Machader's there. He's relatively young.
Yeah, I remember watching Craig a lot.
Yeah.
He was a talented player. Moved to Glenmore.
That's right. Yeah.
How's he doing?
I don't know. I didn't actually.
I think he came away from the game. He was still quite young when he came away from the game, didn't he?
That's good. But anyway, there was a goodly spread, and you never quite know who you're going to meet. But somehow you've all got something in common. I mean, and there were people there who played only a handful of games, but there was also Robbo, he's played a lot, and Nigel Popperwell from my vintage, Trevor Gard, I was thrilled to see. So all in all, and Dave Gurr actually, who was also from my sort of vintage, but deserves a slap on the back of congratulations, because he's kind of taken over a lot of the admin stroke organising and liaising with the club, and which I think the club are keen to do that. Jamie's very keen to
change bowling for Yorkshire.
Keep a healthy link with ex-players and encourage it. He's one of them, and he made I'm sure he made very good friends when he played here for 5 or 6 years, and he recognises the value of keeping in touch and getting them back. So yeah, it was good fun. Roy Kerslake, of course, was there.
Well, I was about to mention Roy because I came into the ground yesterday, and there was a queue because we're on a list. Luckily for us, aren't we? We get ticked off the list as we come in, so we don't have to go through the turnstiles. It's Matthew Reeves now, the bowler. Full, it's a beautiful shot. Lewis Gregory, that is glorious. Just calmly pushing it through extra cover where there's no fielder.
So Roy.
So I was coming in, and there was I could see the person in front of me was trying to find his name on the list, trying to say, well, look, I'm here for this event. And I could see only the back of his head. And I sort of came around the side, I could see it was Roy Kerslake. I thought, why is this man? Surely this man should be walking straight in. Now, let's credit where it's due. The steward was doing his job diligently.
Yes.
But I did think this is a man who should sort of be able just to sort of point at his face and walk straight in.
Yeah.
Former player, but also he was president, wasn't he?
He was president. He was chairman of cricket when I played. I played under Roy. He used to captain the second team. He captained Somerset in 1968. But then, even almost more importantly, he was the cricket chairman when we started winning stuff, and he was hands-on. He was working full-time as a local solicitor, but he was so well organised. He would always get to the first day of our game, whether we were playing at Taunton or Scarborough, just to be there to give a bit of advice if necessary to Brian Rose at the start of his time as captain. He was the one who, I think, pushed forward the notion, this is ancient history, but around about 1974, of expanding the staff when they signed about half a dozen of us, of which I was one, and Pete Roebuck and Both, and actually Viv and Phil Slocum, who was there yesterday. So Roy has been a hugely influential and a hugely positive influence. So he was great to see him here, and I mean we see him quite often now, but he was ever present when he was president. But as chairman of cricket all those years ago, he had a massive input into our success.
I didn't get a chance to speak to him because I didn't want to disturb him while he was persuading the steward that he should be allowed in.
No,
it was nice to see him.
That's a clever little shot. It's quite a good delivery, and he's just run it down. A little flurry of runs here to cheer him up.
While you are reminiscing and Thinking about some of those old names that you...
Who else was there?
Keep thinking. Well, I'll bring in Stephen Lamb and make way for him. Somerset are 258 for 7.
Yeah, well, the oldest, I think, was Terry Barwell, but Pete Robinson there, and Alan Whitehead, of course, who I remember more as an umpire, a test umpire and a long-serving county umpire. He was there. Rob Turner, who is Thomas Rue's maths teacher, I discovered. No, he was there too. He had to rush back to take a lesson. But good to see Rob Turner.
He will be
who was
well placed to pass on some wicket-keeping tips.
Yeah, well, I think he's done a little bit of that too, but he, of course, kept wicket for a good decade.
Extremely well.
Extremely well, played England, Lions, and scored stacks of runs.
He would have been post Trevor Guard, who you mentioned earlier.
Well, he was sort of more post Neil Burns, really, because they made the switch in the early 90s.
Mm. Nicely timed. Just be a single down to long leg.
Yes, yeah. Neil Burns was kind of post Trevor Guard, more or less, with an odd interlude with someone called Rainer Blitz, who used to play at Ilminster, who Pete Roebuck plucked out from somewhere, or from London. But basically, it went from Trevor to Neil Burns.
And all that after Derek Taylor became the first Somerset gloveman to savour silverware.
Absolutely. I mean, Derek was a wonderful keeper. I mean, that's one of the best I've ever seen, standing up to seniors. And he was able to do that with Tom Cartwright, which in a sense, I suppose, would have been quite straightforward in that Tom never strayed. But there used to be quite a few stumped Taylor bowled Burgess. When towards the end of his career, Graham Burgess was essentially a very skillful swing bowler. But the odd one drifted down leg side, it didn't swing or whatever. Derek was magnificent at standing up, a real sort of craftsman, really. And he ended up opening the batting for quite a long time as well. And there's a wonderful picture, wasn't there, of Derek backing up and his twin brother, and they were absolutely identical, running in bowling at the same time. Mike Taylor, who played for Hampshire.
MNS, as opposed to DJS.
Yes, and it was Derek J. Somerset Taylor. I can't remember what his J was standing for. But
so was Mike Somerset as well, with his initial?
I think so. I think it's some sort of...
You might be able to find out.
I'm sure you could. So I think they both had Somerset there. They both had 3 initials. I don't know how Mike... Perhaps he did captain Hampshire, but in those days you thought... There were those who thought you had to have 3 initials to captain Hampshire. I think Trevor Jesty thought that.
Yeah, he just had the E, didn't he, Trevor Jesty?
Yeah, he only had 2. But there'd been N.E.J. Pocock and MJC Nicholas.
ACD Ingleby Mackenzie.
Indeed. So
we could do this all day.
Yeah. So a little flurry of runs here. Tempo's changed a bit. Smeed's played a couple of lovely shots now. Gregory likewise.
Michael Norman Somerset Taylor.
Okay, what was Derek's J then, do you reckon?
I will consult. John.
Okay.
Derek John Somerset.
Well, he came to us from Surrey. But became a sort of Somerset stalwart living up at Burnham. The source of common sense. When Closey was captain. So yes, a little flurry of runs. His partnership's actually worth 32, and it's come about 3 times the speed as the other 30 runs that have been scored this morning.
Well, he's at the non-striker's end, so I will say that Lewis Gregory is looking pretty composed. Lovely cover drive from him.
Yeah. Rivas actually is quite expensive in this 4 overs. Gone for 31.
Oh,
he almost got the wicket there.
That was a bit of a waft.
A waft from Smeed. Bit of extra bounce there too.
Glamorgan have collapsed to 471 for 5. Surrey 105 without loss in reply to that declared Sussex total of 358. Notts 484 for 9 against Leicestershire.
A lot of runs around, a lot of first innings then. Apart from, well, Sussex recovered, didn't they, from about 90 for 7. Robinson scoring 100 and Carlson, or no, what's the name? The off spinner, Carson, I think, scoring 100. They went from about 90 for 7 to 300 odd.
Big appeal from the slip corner.
I thought he hit that, but we'll see what the umpire says. Yeah, the umpire seems to agree. No signal.
Yeah, Jack Carson, 105.
A lot of... It's
The lead
to
is
happen
100.
even more often nowadays that a new ball is critical, and sometimes you do get that flurry of early wickets, but also you see a lot of big recoveries as the ball gets older. And sides have deeper batting lineups perhaps than was once the case. Well, certainly, I mean, that sort of applies to Somerset's lineup in this match, with Gregory coming in at 9.
3-figure lead for Somerset with that run. 262 for 7. Nice little psychological moment.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking before play started, if you were in the Somerset camp, and you don't, it's no point really setting targets at this stage of a game, but I thought if they, from 201 for 3, if they get to 350, that's pretty good, and that would be also, that's still swinging that ball, a reasonable expectation. Actually, after the first half hour, it's seen nothing miles away. Ball is swinging. And it's a bit of a waft. There's a new one available in 7 overs. If the wickets haven't fallen, there's still Ogbourne and Pretorius to come. Ogbourne, of course, in the last match got
40 odd.
Yeah, something like that, in about 20 balls. Batting right at the end. A few lusty blows. He's not a complete... He's no rabbit with the bat, I don't think. And, of course, we all know Pretorius hasn't fired yet, but we know what he's capable of in his own quite eccentric way.
Yes, I would guess that he'll come in next, Pretorius.
I would guess so, but...
You never know.
But, yeah.
There are so many interchangeable...
Unless they go on absolute current form. His current form, Pretorius, not great, but he's dangerous. Quite an exciting last 10 and 11. Capable of hitting the ball quite a long way. We'll see, but at the moment...
Smeed is on 29 and on strike to Logan van Beek. There's plenty of shouts of encouragement still going on out there amongst the Yorkshire fielders. To get the job done. Gregory and Smead have other ideas. They'll be wanting to see through the next 20 minutes. It's firmly defended. It's got a little bit cloudier, a little bit greyer as this session has progressed.
Yeah.
No call for floodlights at the moment, but that may happen later in the day.
They were on for a great chunk of the day yesterday, the floodlights. Actually got brighter as the day went on yesterday.
Good tight delivery from Van Beek, giving Smead few options. 64 balls for his 29. Given the first 20 were scoreless.
Yeah, he's done well to go through that another period of barren defence, if you like, or acclimatisation, we should perhaps call it.
Oh,
he's had a bit of a heave at that one. That's the first time we've seen a. Don't know whether that.
He was looking to hit it into the Somerset stand.
It's quite a long way too. Anyway,
we know he can do that.
We know he can. But
he's just looking in that general direction, contemplating what might have been.
Yeah, I'm not sure the ball was quite there for that. He scored most of his runs with sweet shots through the offside.
Possibly a bit too full.
Yeah, but he's still there.
In the air for a bit, but it doesn't matter. It's going to be 4 more.
That's where he's looked at. He's picked up runs. I mean, it'd be very tempting. I've got a short mid-wicket. I think I might have a cover boundary fielder because he's hit 3 or 4 falls through there, and he doesn't need that much width. I mean, that was a little bit wide, but as I say, it reminds me just that shot of Hildreth, the way Hildreth would hit innocuous but not terrible deliveries through square cover with lovely timing and pick up a lot of runs as a consequence.
Firm defence. Yes, it was rather lovely to see 1 or 2 of those down at Sidmouth last year.
Yeah, I mean
that celebration match.
Yeah.
Both James Hildreth and our own Pete Trigo making half centuries before retiring gracefully, or going back into retirement.
I mean, looking at the one of the weather sites, he doesn't look very good from about, I don't know, 2-ish, 2:30. I don't know, but we'll see. Till the game is progressing.
Yeah, 4 wickets taken by Yorkshire this morning.
It's quite an important little partnership. It's up to 37 now.
Here is Revis.
See, then there is that swing. You can see where he played that ball. You had to starting to think about hitting it through the onside and then just adjusting. What is with? I'm not quite sure what Smead's top score is, but it's in the 30s at the moment. He's only played 4 innings. He got a 30 odd somewhere. He's hit that sweetly. It'll only be 1, I think.
Sweet enough for just 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, 39 against Essex.
Okay.
And 22 and 9 against Hampshire.
Yeah. So it's sort of feeding his way, but he's into the 30s again now.
Rebis yet to get into that wickets column, 0 for 33 at the moment. He's in his 6th over of the innings. Joe, no, he's doing some kind of, yeah, he is going through the motions, Joe Root.
He is, but you would imagine that Dom Bess is your first choice.
You would have thought so.
He bowled a few overs yesterday. Abel came down and hit him for 6. He's done that a few times this year. He's taken to taking on he did to Dawson a couple of times, I think. And then bowled pretty steadily. He's a good old pro now, Dom Bess. It's hard to think of him as an old pro, but he's
at 28.
He's very reliable as a bowler, I think. He doesn't often give many free runs. That's almost 2, but I'll stick with 1. So, and he's very much part of the furniture at Yorkshire now. I mean, when Bairstow was injured earlier this summer, Dom Bess captained the team. He captained them, I think, through the 50 over competition last year. I think I'm right in saying. So he's more highly regarded now at Yorkshire than he was a couple of seasons ago, I think, where they were wondering, whether he would stay there for the duration.
Quite a long time since his 2 test caps, Dom Bess.
2? He had many more than that. He had about 15. I gave him his first test cap. He played about 14 or 15. It's an amazing career he's had.
Yeah.
He played overseas quite a lot, you see. And I remember, I think I was more nervous than he was when I gave him his cap at Lord's.
It was at Lord's, wasn't it, his debut?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was because Jack Leach couldn't play. He was injured.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, talking of the devil,
from the river end,
here he is.
Dom Bess.
And he never let England down, actually. I mean, it was an amazingly rapid rise.
14 tests, 36 wickets.
Yeah, it's all very respectable stuff.
At an average of just under 34.
Yeah, well, that's standard procedure, as I say. And he scored a few runs here and there too. I don't know, but not. Anyway, here he is now from the river end.
319 runs, highest score of 57.
Yeah, and he's, of course, a brilliant fielder. So he's no longer a pup. He's now a sort of rock solid, if you like, reliable county cricketer.
He's been in the first class game for almost a decade.
Yeah, I know. I mean, we remember watching him, don't we, down here on some of those turning tracks almost a decade ago. Yeah.
I remember interviewing him on occasion. He's an engaging personality.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and what impressed, I think, the England setup at that time was just his sort of unbridled kind of enthusiasm and a certain confidence and the willingness to have a go, and he was up for it. I'm sure that still applies. I think it's fair to say he's a more accurate bowler now, more reliable.
He got a couple to turn yesterday evening.
Did he? I wasn't watching that carefully.
Past the bat of Josh Thomas.
He's managed to keep this big gap of extra cover, which Smead is looking just to pat, but he can't quite get it there at the moment. Oh, lunch is arriving. We now get service.
And a choice.
Well, provided there is a choice, provided you like jacket potatoes. But there's a choice of fillings. Mine's just arrived.
I think mine is going to be a pasty.
Ah.
Oh, as soon as I speak.
Look, there it is. I think.
Thank you, Spencer.
The wise move is to try and not eat it while we're playing. We've got 10 minutes to look at it.
Yes. And savour the aromas. I should put it behind me, perhaps. Out of harm's way. Here is Revis. Straight approach to the bowling crease. Will be a comfortable single here for Will Smeed, who's approaching that career best, first class.
It was 39.
Yeah. So he's just 3 away now.
I mean, what is fascinating as an onlooker, and it'll be an interesting scenario for the wise men in our grilling setup, is you've got Josh Thomas coming in scoring runs. We'll see what Will Smeed does. Then at some point you've got Tom Banton coming back.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
You've got Kohler-Cadmore coming back. We've had Lewis Goldsworthy.
Those last two are
both injured.
All
3 of them are injured, really. Banton's come back from the IPL, but is suffering from a slight hand injury. I don't know whether he's eligible to play anyway or not. How it works. But the point is, when everyone is fit again, what's the best team?
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, it's great to have that potential dilemma, but it'd be great. It's great to see Josh Thomas has just come in and scored 100.
He's sealed the deal for the time being, up the top of the order.
You think so? Which wasn't the case before this match. And then you've got Smeed coming in down the order. Well, we'll see what he does today. He's in the equation. So, I mean, in many ways, that's a very positive thing. You've got all these, you've got options. You've got to try and keep everyone happy, of course.
It was interesting hearing Josh Thomas yesterday evening saying that he thought when he was in the seconds, the best way in might be by opening the batting for the seconds, and so it's turned out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the logic made absolute sense. It's the same with most teams. You can find anyone about, although, in the middle order or late middle order.
Well stopped at gully.
But finding people who can at the top of the order, they're like gold dust. And he saw, I admired the fact that he just rationalised, hang on a minute, how am I going to get in this team? Well, the place where you might get in this team is at the top of the order. Hence, I think he sort of was eager to open the batting in the second team, which he did for the bulk of last summer. And, well, he's in the first team now.
Scoring
opening the batting.
Quick, fast century.
Well, he's just scored a magnificent century.
Oh, you might be a bit disappointed at missing out on that. That was a full bunger and only got it as far as cover. That's not very Smeed-like. But yeah, I mean, if he establishes himself in the side, Will Smeed, he's another opening option to consider.
And then we had, didn't we, through the injury subs, Vaughan didn't play in the first. Archie Vaughan didn't play in the first game. Well, he came out. He went to Essex. Somerset only needed about 50 to win, but he got 30 odd in 15 balls or something. Then played in the next game, and he got not big scores, but he got a few runs. But he also bowled extremely well. So he's right back in the shake-up. And he got that 30 odd in the second to win the match. To finish off the match in a manner. So how dare you leave me out?
Yeah, did it at a canter.
Yeah. So it's all quite exciting, quite tricky perhaps, but good problems on the horizon. At the moment, they're down to their bare minimum. Once Jack returned, I don't think there's any other obvious batsmen. Well, there's people like Finn Hill, I suppose, who play in the second team. There's a few young pups, but well, he's given that a wallop, and he's fouled out. Well, it feels like a cheap wicket. It's a big boundary out there. It's a good catch. I think he was trying to hit it squarer than that, and glory be, he's found the man at wide long on. Hit it well, but it's a big shot to play just before lunch, and off he goes. I told you he'd take the positive, but it didn't work too well. So it's a big wicket, that. Another one for Bess. He'll have enjoyed that. Doesn't matter where you get them. That's the old leg trap. I used to get a few there too. Not necessarily at forward short leg, but deep long on. Doesn't matter how you get them. So
our suggestion that Pretorius would be in next
Yeah.
has borne fruit as he
Yeah.
makes his way out to the middle. A bit of an awkward little.
it is, and he's not temperamentally suited to playing for lunch, Pretorius. He's a better player when he's being aggressive. So it's been an eventful morning. I mean, Somerset have ended up scoring 70 runs but losing 5 wickets in this session. So it's Yorkshire's session without any question. But that was quite a dangerous-looking partnership. Smead has played the best innings of the morning, but amid modest competition.
Yeah, the lead is 109 for
You
Somerset.
realise if a wicket falls now, we can't eat our lunch. Because if a wicket falls, there's 9 down.
There'll be another half an hour
My
potentially
jacket
before-
potato is going to ice over.
Yes, Bess.
That's just leg stumpy. But you see, he doesn't look comfortable when he's blocking Pretorius. But he was minded to just block that. Just stuck his leg. It was going down. That's okay, but.
Oh, appeal for LBW here. Not out
He's not
is
getting
the
it.
answer.
I think he's more likely to hit the ball if he's trying to hit it in the river. Let's have a look at that one. Here we go. I think he's got it to turn, you know. Well, I tell you what.
It's turned onto him.
That look. It wasn't. That LBW shot, I'd like to see. I mean, another one from right behind the bowler's arm. That looked pretty close to me. That.
He's like a cat on a hot tin roof, Pretorius.
Yeah, I know. Just. That's better. Yeah, try and hit the ball. He's no good blocking. That could be a 3, which might be handy.
He wants it, and he's going to
Mind
get
you,
it.
he's going to have to face the beginning of the next over now.
Yes, there should be time for one more. 12:57 says the scoreboard opposite.
Yeah.
Bess has got one more delivery.
Yeah,
so
he
sure
might. I
will
mean,
be.
that was a big LBW shot. I've only seen the one replay. And I don't know whether we've got any more, but he wanted it, Don Bess. He thought he might get one. The field has come in to try and stop the single. And Smead, the new ultra-responsible Smead, has just tapped it to extra cover. So we're going to have one more over.
And they're going to have
And I still don't know when I can eat my jacket potato.
They're going to have a natter, the two batters.
I'm told they're good. But they're usually better hot, aren't they?
A lead up to 112, which is significant.
Yeah, it's significant, but at the start of play, you'd have thought, you know, something between 150 and 200 should be more than possible, but who knows? There's still power to add here. Pretorius hasn't been in the best of nick so far this season. And now we've got the prospect of
It's Matt
last
Revis.
over before lunch. Can't have one there.
But delivery negotiated.
Yes?
5 to go.
That's a refreshing description rather than another dot ball. It's a Stephen Lamb dot ball is delivery negotiated.
Matt Revis would love to get his name into the wickets column in this over.
Yeah. Yep.
And just go to varnish.
Yeah, I mean there's ball. The ball. You've got a load of swingy balls. That's just moved. And well, I don't know whether. Well, the delivery has been negotiated, but not with much confidence.
So Revis tries again. edged and taken.
He's not in good. He's not going anywhere actually.
He's been given.
Is he?
Yep.
He's just checking.
Victorious, caught by Joe
Well, now
Root.
this is interesting. Smeed is walking off, but hang on a minute.
The
I think he's
umpires
got,
are going to confer here.
Yeah, I'm just.
And they've
Yeah,
told them
and
to
Smeed
wait.
is now having to turn round. And
What does that mean for the potato?
where's the rotor gone, Stephen? Oh yeah, actually, I think I've done an hour.
You have.
Yeah.
You have. And
so,
your
so
potato
you've only got half
remains
an hour. Well,
in
I mean,
limbo.
they might be out straight away, but the point is, they can play for another half an hour. If a wicket falls, it's lunch.
And it may or may not be a wicket. There's a long conference going on between the two umpires.
Well,
Alfie Ogborn.
Alfie Ogborn's coming out. I mean, I'm sure the umpires are right that 9 wickets are down. You carry on for half an hour, or when the next wicket falls. So I think it's time for Charlie Taylor.
And cold pasties could ensue.
Well,
indeed.
he could do a monologue, Charlie, I suppose, while you munch your pasty, but I'm going to...
No, it's fine. The cricket's the thing. And
well,
Revis
yes.
has got a wicket in the
He's
bank.
not in great form, Pateras. I am going to eat my cooling jacket potato.
Very good. 274 for 9 then. 112 the lead. Revis in to bowl to Ogborn. And is it taken? There's a cry of catch it. I think that is the last wicket that's fallen.
Alfie Ogborn was caught by Don Bess.
Caught at
Somerset
mid-wicket.
all
Don
out,
Bess holding on to the chance. 274 all out, Somerset. So that lead stays at 112. Smeed finishes on 36 not out. Lunch is taken a couple of minutes late. And Vicky's already enjoying his potato, and I'm going to enjoy my pasty. We'll be back in 40 minutes' time.
wrongs may exist and rights may fly. Yes, lunchtime has got some activity out of it.
and 90 at 3 and over 95 at 4 and 5 and 6. Yeah. I'm saying he's panicking. Does it go for rain? He said, yeah, next 30 to 60 minutes. It's all distillers and something else. It's some unbelievable heavy stuff in James's in Jersey. Very wet, just walking out the ground. Light rain, heavy rain, very heavy rain.
Better morning than we
Yeah,
could
yeah.
have expected.
Absolutely,
How do you
yeah.
end up with rabbits falling all that rubbish on a hat?
I know, yeah. 2 for 36.
Yeah.
Well, he bowled better this morning.
Well, it's very
After his
ordinary.
first ball.
I mean, Gregory slogged into room to the 3 wicket and number 11 presumably
No,
can't
that was best. Gregory.
Oh, it was,
Yeah,
yeah.
because
Yeah.
he got Pretorius with a decent ball.
Mm.
But nonetheless, it didn't look.
Rain's on
Looked
its
as if he
way.
wanted his lunch at the normal time.
Well, certainly didn't hang about.
No.
As long as he made it one day.
Yes.
Van Beek will call
Well,
one
that beach,
speed, one
I
decent
said it's
over.
like the monkey writing Shakespeare. If you spray it around, eventually you'll find one that on the right spot.
And he bowled that instantly, Darcy, the next one got the wicket, and then that over the wicket maiden, and after that just back to normal.
Yes.
So we've had him in for 4 matches and he's not done anything to inspire us to do.
I totally was picking flick over him. We've only given him a chance to go brilliant.
Well, we've got so few people to bring in to replace him.
Well, Cliff's here. I mean,
Yes.
they've got to find
They've got
out
to play
sooner or
him.
later
Yes.
whether Cliff's good enough or not.
Yes.
They just keep giving him another contract for another year and never see him play.
Play, yes. Well, Warner was like that, wasn't he?
Yeah. It's as if they don't trust their own youngsters.
Yes.
And yet
They
they
don't.
import all this tripe in that
They're going to
doesn't
play
do
out.
the job.
Well, we were told that at the end of last year. It's just been the same. We've had a succession of overseas signings. The best ones are the ones who've pulled out before they've turned up.
Well, and again, we don't know. That's an assumption. It seems like they are, but
Yeah.
if we don't see it, we don't know how they
Yes.
do it.
Van Beek is terrible.
No, I mean, the best thing they can do is pull out because they never perform when they get here. I mean, bowlers don't perform generally. They're sort of tidying themselves over till a test comes along, or an IPL or whatever they're going to do next.
They were really into about what Van Beek is doing at T20 with his wonderful array of short balls that he just Yorkers that he can bowl on tap. We haven't bowled a Yorker since he's come into the side that I've seen.
They can only bowl them in T20s.
Well, if you can bowl him in T20s, you can bowl him in Championship matches. Well, we ought to do that.
Yes.
The way we can, you can't put the money on anything.
I mean, weather will be impacting. It looks like we're going to get some heavy stuff this afternoon.
Right.
It's all coming up.
Yes.
And
What about tomorrow?
You think this is the worst day? Let's have a look tomorrow.
I saw it on telly this morning. Today is definitely the worst day.
Yes.
Potential for showers Sunday and Monday. Sunday more so than Monday.
Like they're saying now at the moment for tomorrow, net off is 40% 11, possibly alright, 60 at 12, 70 at 1, and then 17 and it's 60 the rest of the day, so it doesn't look great, but it's too early to say.
It could be worse than we've had today. Keep getting showers.
Monday doesn't look as bad, but there's a bit of rain around, so not a lot. But today, I mean, they're saying 90% at 3 o'clock, 80 at 2, over 95% chance at 4. And the satellite suggesting... Well, that's it at the moment, we're there. I mean, this is sometimes wrong, obviously, as we know, but it's basically saying that you're going to get all that. But at 3 o'clock you're getting really heavy stuff.
Is that green, heavier than the blue?
Yeah. So the blue, I think sometimes it's not produced much, has it? Like yesterday, but I think
It's just going up, so further east you will escape. So if it just veers a bit to the west, you won't get away with it.
It's not 100%, is it?
No.
I'd have thought we might do what they get through to 2 o'clock,
Yes.
half 2, very lucky, and looking at that, there's no chance after that, really. But an hour in deteriorating light, the lights on won't do us a lot of good. They haven't come on yet. They will be, I would say. Anyway, Glenn's praying for rain coming tomorrow.
Of course, yes. We might get rain tomorrow.
Morgan 500 for 5, 126 overs. Not 490 all out. They failed to get fifth batting points by a run. What's the wicket on that for? Less than 9 for none. Surrey 120 for no wicket. 358 for 9 declared out, you know, yesterday. Kendall got 352, Derby 132 for 4. Same thing.
352.
That was yesterday. Derby 132 for 4. Middlesex still battling against Durham after 126 overs. 372 for 6.
No wickets for them, 100 for no wickets.
Higgins 111 not out, short half 45 not out. And Northampton 138 for 2 and the drive to Richards 306 all out. McSweeney 19 not out. Sundog 209 for Glamorgan. Both Hassan 143. To do no yesterday. Dawson's not playing, not selected. Well, they've got a fellow called Cody Yusuf. Sonny Baker is an open bowler. Carl Abbott, open bowler. Scott Curry, he's medium. Felix Organ.
Oh, no, it's Organ.
Organ's playing, that's right. About to rain.
Well, it's 130 now, wasn't it? About 142 or
101 or 02 when they came on.
Yeah, 108. whether to send me.
Welcome back on that transparent white line. Drop right. Somerset, set by captain Lewis Gregory.
Yorkshire survive. Will the rain or will we lose today? 1.5 days.
Actually, bowling from the markers, who's got the pavilion end. Next week, captain Lewis Gregory.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, second session of day 2. Somerset against Yorkshire in the Rothesay County Championship. And Somerset have a first innings lead of 112. We're about to see Yorkshire begin their second innings. Lewis Gregory is hoping to add to the 6 for 43 he took in the first innings. And here's the first ball of the session. Be a sharp single taken by Adam Lythe. So, action-packed morning session, Charlie Taylor.
An action-packed game so far, hasn't it? We've seen a huge 100 from Josh Thomas, as well as all those wickets fall. We've seen 20 wickets. We're only into the 5th session of the game. So this game is moving along very quickly. We've got a helicopter or something flying overhead.
So you've got rather thick smoke in the distance on the other side of the station car park as well.
We've had quite a few steam trains yesterday, so I wonder if it's something like that. Well,
off the outside edge down to third man, that'll be another single. So both the openers off the mark.
112 run lead was not as much as Somerset looked like they might get overnight when they were 40 odd ahead with 7 wickets in hand. So Yorkshire did really well in the morning session. Somerset need to try and get these early wickets, try and stop Yorkshire drawing level with still plenty in hand. Somerset will feel like they've got a chance to win this game and pick up a 3rd out of 4. But those early wickets will be what make the difference.
It's defended comfortably enough by Adam Lythe. Yes, Josh Thomas didn't add to his overnight 136 not out. First wicket to go this morning, caught behind off Jack White. Disappointment for Thomas Rue. A 2-ball duck for him. Craig Overton, just a single before he was bowled by Van Beek. Lewis Gregory out 5 minutes before lunch, caught in the deep off Dom Bess, and that sparked a bit of a mini collapse at the end of the innings, with Pretorius and Ogborne both falling to Revis for 3 and 0 respectively, and we were wondering at what point they were going to have lunch when the 9th wicket went down, but Alfie Ogborne made it straightforward.
He obviously fancied his sandwiches.
So 274 all out in the end, Somerset, which will be less than what they would have been hoping for this morning, but still a significant lead.
Yes. Yeah, that lead set up by bowling so well yesterday is a shorter delivery from Gregory. A little bit of cloud. We're expecting rain, although we haven't seen any sign of it yet. But there is a little bit of rain forecast later on today. You suggested, Stephen, and I know you said this in confidence off air, but I'm going to out you on air. You said you think we might get another session in.
We just might. There's a little online radar that Polly Rhodes recommended to me a couple of years ago, which
Former
is
scorer.
usually pretty reliable. And you can see where the rain's coming from. Is that taken? It's not going to be given, I don't think. There was a chorus of appeals.
Good take from Rue. But obviously there was a noise from a pad. That's what the umpire's suggesting. Let's have a look.
There was a deflection.
Definitely something.
Maybe off thigh pad.
Yeah, could well be. Let's have
Trouser
another
leg.
look. Could be, yeah, off the hip maybe. Gregory liked it a lot. Desperate for an early breakthrough, Somerset. We talked about it yesterday. They'll want Joe Root in as soon as possible while the ball is still doing a bit.
Yeah.
Comes in at 4.
Just going back to that radar briefly, the rain is coming from a southwesterly direction, which is where it tends to come from.
It certainly does.
On the whole. But it's broken up a bit.
From the river end,
And it looks like it could conceivably skirt to the south of us. But here's hoping. It's certainly quite a bit greyer now than it was first thing this morning.
Keep an eye on the other game that Somerset are involved with. Somerset women 302 for 7, Warwickshire at the moment, so that's going to take some chasing. Still got 3 overs left in that one. There's the live stream available, provided by Warwickshire County Cricket Club.
And it's the left arm of Alfie Ogborn about to swing over.
Looks quick.
And a bit of movement as well.
Yeah.
Started off outside the off stump, so no need for Bean to offer a stroke, but you could see the movement. We're in a pretty good position to see it up here. The wicket is almost dead in line with the pitch.
Yeah, very different to the women's game here a week ago where we were almost at 45 degrees.
Nice looking stroke for no result from Finlay Bean's point of view.
Batted well yesterday, I thought. Finlay Bean very patient. The ball was doing a lot and he was able to survive that in the end. Getting out to take, I think it was caught, wasn't he, behind?
Yeah.
Just remind myself.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. He got out the previous ball but was dropped by Overton in the slips, and then the very next delivery feathered one through to Rue off the bowling of Pretorius.
That was actually the top score of the Yorkshire innings.
Yeah, he was, hung around the longest. He wasn't the pick of the batters actually, because Root probably played better shots, but didn't score as many runs. But yes, as far as score goes, he was, well, there was a 33, a 34 and a 35, and those were the top 3 scores.
Yeah. Yes, whereas the runaway top scorer of the match so far is one Joshua Thomas.
Well, he scored more than 100 than the Yorkshire top scorer. More on target from Ogborn. Had to play at it. Did Bean there.
Ferocious call of weight there as well. So Yorkshire looking to chip away at this Somerset first innings lead.
4 ducks so far in this game. No, 5 ducks, beg your pardon. Seems like it's one of those pitches where it's hard to score your first run. Ball doing a bit. Here comes Ogborn. It's not quite the right line there. He's not forcing Bean to play. If you could just get that a little bit tighter into the stumps, make it a bit difficult for Bean. Give him a question in his mind, do I have to play this one? He's getting nice movement, but it's just, as you said, starting outside off and only getting further away. Or if you can find an in-swinger, that would be very dangerous.
That's more like it. Going down to third man for a single, but that was a better line.
Yeah, it's an uncontrolled shot, isn't it? He has to play, and he's got enough on it that it's not going to be a danger, but it wasn't a controlled shot.
A lot of potential in Alfie Ogborn. Seems some superb deliveries. In that first game here, the one that got Joe Clark.
Yeah, it needed
a Jaffa.
It was a special ball, wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Harry made this point yesterday. It's exciting to see him open the bowling.
Yeah.
You know, Craig Overton is in the team, but he's not opening the bowling. That says something about the trust they've got in Alfie Ogborn.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's the skipper from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Beseeching Lewis Gregory.
His knees. Still there.
Oh dear. Difficult to get up after that.
Big smile on his face there. I think that's going down, isn't it? I think. Jordan, look at the angle it's coming in at. Bear in mind he's right-handed.
He's given the umpire a friendly pat on the arm.
Yeah, coming from wide on the crease, hitting in front of leg. No, that's not going to hit the stumps. Lewis.
All good-humoured.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at him begging, please, please. Lewis, if you want a wicket LBW, aim it on the stumps. Just got to bear in mind where that right arm here is on the crease. He comes quite wide. That's a good shot straight to the fielder. So it would have to be, if it's impacting in line, it has to be full, and it has to be sort of on, off or middle really, if he's going to then hit into the stumps. Anything that's on leg and is a bit short, back of a length maybe, is not going to be given out. Unless he changes his angle and comes over the wicket. Which
might happen at some point.
Not by the looks of it on this ball. Lithe is still on that side.
Yeah.
Continue coming around the wicket to Finley Bean, who's on 2. And leaves that one alone. Good ball.
Come on, Lulu, I've heard. Various cries of encouragement for the skipper. Testimonial year for Lewis Gregory. Thoroughly deserved. Had a wonderful career. Oohs and ahs again, but that wasn't demanding a stroke.
No.
Just a little bit too far outside off.
Forcing Bean to defend at that one. Walks away from the ball. Bean. We saw this yesterday as well, that the other team not wanting the batters to pick it up. There's a bit of, just a little bit of tension out there. I think it's a friendly tension, but I think both teams know that this is really top-level cricket that played in good spirits, but also played to the absolute maximum of hard level cricket, top attritional stuff, as this is just played off an inside edge into the leg side through the mid-wicket area for a couple of runs. Neither team wants to give an inch in this game. Yorkshire need points. They're wrong end of the table at the moment, and Somerset desperate to get their hands on the county championship trophy for the first time.
Yeah, only 20 odd points separating all
it's
the 10
early
sides.
days, isn't it? Very early days at the moment. Very early.
But the difference for Somerset is that sort of in recent history they've tended to start poorly and get better. This time they've started really well.
Well, that's it. Is if they can pick up a win here over the next few days, that's 3 wins from 4, and the other one was a draw. So it's
and a good draw
yeah,
too.
a good draw.
Not a disappointing draw like Worcester
last
year.
No. Either where Somerset clinging on for a draw, or where they're dominant and the other team's clinging on. No, it was a draw that basically the pitch was too good to finish off a game within 4 days. But Somerset, still batted very nicely. It's Ogborn again. That's a good ball. It's a good ball. Good lead, but a good ball. Does look quicker with Ogborn. Ogborn's one of the quickest bowlers we've got, I think, in this game. Richardson would be the other.
He's done well, hasn't he, to shake off some injury problems last season.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of pressure rides on a young fast bowler, I think. Inexperience is hard in the in the Championship. You're going from a very different level if you've played a lot of twos cricket into Championship up against some of these great experienced batters. This is defended by Adam Lyth, who'd be one of those players. Left armour as well, opening the bowling. There's a lot of pressure on a young man's shoulders.
But he's got the passion.
Yep. Yeah, he's got the talent. He's a very good bowler. Left arm bowler is very useful as well for footmarks. When a little bit later on in the season, when we start seeing spin come into it a bit more. Adam Lyth on strike. And he's leaving that one alone. Another good ball. Nice length that Ogborne is just probing at the moment.
Want to get him squared up. I think I heard someone cry. Let's see. Let's see whether he can manage that.
3 slips in place. Got Gregory, Overton and Abel, I think that is there, isn't it?
Yes.
Which is slightly unusual. He's spent most of his career at mid-wicket or cover.
Yes, I think he's spent gradually more time.
Yeah, he's coming
in that slip cordon.
Yeah.
Comes with age, maybe.
Yeah, a bit of age, bit of experience. He's obviously former captain. Perhaps a word. And, there's very much the leadership group, isn't it? Those three there: Overton, Gregory, and Abel. Those 3 players who are very much
captain, vice captain, and former captain.
Exactly. So there's a real seam of experience in that slip cordon. But Abel in his youth, which he's only just probably leaving behind now, but when he was darting around the field, he was mid-wicket and cover, which is one of the hardest places to field, I think, because those balls, when they're driven, they really travel, and he still is a superb fielder.
Down the leg side, and well taken, two-handed by the elder Roo, the 22-year-old version.
Yeah, not that old, but yeah, he's definitely elder than his brother.
No, Tom Abel was as quick. He still is quick in the field, but he was as quick as anyone I've seen in his early 20s. Chris Taylor at Gloucestershire was very fine fielder and quick in similar positions.
Yes. I'm trying to think who else might be in the slips. I often see Lamond be in there. Maybe Banton might have been in there. Were he playing?
Yeah, Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
TKC, absolutely. Yeah, that's right. So that's possibly that's why. If TKC were playing, if he wasn't injured, he'd probably be in there, wouldn't he? In fact, that's why he got injured. He was at slip, wasn't he, taking the catch when he got injured. So, yes, that's possibly why we see Abel in there.
Yes, it wasn't thought at the time necessarily to be a fracture, but it did turn out to be. Diagnosed a little bit later.
So Gregory comes out to bowl, and it's Archie Vaughan who goes into 3rd slip. Looks like Abel's been promoted from 3rd to 1st. God, it's complicated what's going on there, isn't it? In comes Gregory then, around the wicket still. Oh, no, that's down the leg side. It's parried by Roo. That might have hurt to get a palm on that one.
I'm guessing the reason for the change in order is possibly because Craig Overton prefers second.
Keep him at second, yeah.
That used to be the case with Marcus Trescothick.
Yes, he liked second. Whereas Abel sort of gets promoted up to 1st, and Archie, who's a bit less experienced, comes in at the less likely to be used 3rd slip. 3rd slip is a really hard, because the ball is changing its angle significantly. Lovely shot, beautiful drive from Finley Bean, pitched up by Lewis Gregory, and just a big step forwards and drive from Bean.
Yeah, the only reason for chasing it is to pull it in from the picket fence.
Yeah.
That's the shot of the innings so far.
I can hear a bit of crackling. Is that the sound of rain? The ground staff are hovering. I think we've got a bit of rain around. Can anyone confirm? It sounds rainy. I can't see any, but it does sound rainy.
So a rainy crackle.
Yeah, it does. I think it's rain landing on one of the covers, perhaps, or on the terrace. Again, it's left alone. Yet it is raining. I've got a feeling we might be heading off soon. Yeah, the umpires are having a word. Ground staff are by the covers.
Very strange. The radar.
Still out there
The
at
radar
moment.
lies.
The radar hasn't picked up this little bit of rain. Now, what the umpires might say, well, this might pass over in a minute. We can't really see where it's coming from easily here, so it's hard to know.
It doesn't look like rain
Yeah, they're going off.
setting in, but they've taken the decision to take the players off. And they've probably got a clearer view on things than we have up here. Not least because they're outdoors.
They're outdoors, that will be good. The thing is, I know we've got a big window, so people might be thinking, well, can't you see it on the window? Well, the window is angled down like a batter playing a forward defensive shot. So the rain doesn't land on this window unless it's being driven by the rain, with the wind straight into us. So it's actually quite hard to spot rain.
Yeah, we can see it.
Now it's just got heavy enough to see it. Yeah, we can see it in front of the Lordie and Botham stand. Well, we didn't get an awful lot there, did we? 4.3 overs, and Yorkshire survive unscathed at 13 without loss, so they'll be pretty pleased with that if there is now an extended rain break. We hope that it isn't for very long, and we'll of course return when the players do as well. But the radar at the moment isn't showing an awful lot of rain, so with any luck it's just a very small amount, Stephen, and we'll be back before too long.
Yeah, with luck, and we will, just as soon as it stops and the players come back out, we will rejoin you.
I'll quickly mention the Warwickshire women have now finished their batting innings, 336 all out with 1 ball to spare. So Somerset women will need a huge 337 runs to beat them. The coverage continues on that one, although they're on their lunch break at the moment. But when they return in Birmingham, you'll be able to see that. So if we're not back here, well worth keeping an eye on that one now. Friends at Warwickshire providing the live stream from Edgbaston. Right, we'll be back with you once this rain passes through.